chess league a few years ago. But it looks like he's playing a fellow GM,
But he was playing the Pro Chess
Repka.
League,
Yeah, he played pro chess league for New York for at least a couple of years.
the Marshalls.
I believe so. It's
Wow.
either the Marshals or the Knights. I know New
The,
York had a
oh,
couple teams.
I didn't know that actually. Um,
So yeah, so he does have some team experience.
that's awesome. And now he's playing for Yale, and he's been their top board. Huge addition. This is his second season, I believe. And yeah, like you said, he's playing against Chris Repka, who's another GM from Mizzou. Mizzou actually has a 4 grandmaster team, but they've made a sub today. Um, it's their third board, who is Gulrug Begim Tokirjanova.
Kurjanova,
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm sure you know
She
who
goes
that
by
is.
Begim.
Yes, so
Yeah, yeah,
Begim.
she's been a frequent in St. Louis. Recently played American Cup. Got to know her a few weeks ago when she was playing. So very, very strong player, very like thoroughly prepared too. So she's I'm sure going to be a solid kind of foundation for the team, even as one of the lower boards.
Yeah, and actually, I don't know if she's played in the playoffs. She's kind of had a break. She played regularly during the regular season, but they've been playing with Raja Harshit, who is one of the grandmasters from India, who isn't playing today.
Hmm.
But obviously, Mizzou has an all-star on their top board, Grigori Oparin, who's playing against Firewoods right now.
Yeah, and Operan recently played the Grand Prix. Like had a really good run in the Grand Prix too. So it's cool that he bounced off that and play in the collegiate league. And I'm taking a look at the game. Looks like very solid position for Black. And like already White's pawn structure is a bit questionable. Like this seems like a dream Sicilian situation where Black is just playing positionally and uh, queens are off the board, so there's no worry about getting attacked from the black side. And White has some problems to solve with a kind of overextended each pawn, undeveloped light squared bishop. So I'm liking Black's position.
Yeah, how does White defend the H pawn? Do you have to go like knight G3?
Yeah, knight g3 played. And I guess we should keep in mind this is blitz, so sometimes if you have like one obvious move, you should just play it. And a5 was just blitzed out.
Oh, and now pushing the
The things
H
are
pawn.
transforming.
So no longer with the H pawn as a weakness, and they've traded down a bit. So
Yeah, I feel like that's some success for White, like getting rid of H pawn and simplifying a bit. But I still like Black's position because Black has more space on the queen side, and then kind of this half open C file with the rook aligned with the king, some prospect of like A4, B3, bishop comes king to E6. So it still seems like Black is the one putting pressure.
yeah, that's a good point. And Black has, their king in the center of the board. They can't castle, but they're pretty safe. They have all their like minor pieces defending the king. And White is castled, but Black has pushed up the A and B pawns, and the bishops are both pointing towards that king. So it should be interesting to see how Black can try to push for the advantage here. Firewoods is actually really strong fourth board for Yale. That is actually Maxime Yaskolko, who is one of their club leaders for Yale.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I've not heard of that name before, but he's definitely putting up a good fight against an elite GM.
Yeah, he's been doing really well. He was part of the reason why they've gotten here all the way to the semifinals and are now fighting for third place match, which has a prize fund of $1,000. If they lose today, they're still guaranteed 750, but they're fighting for third place. Mizzou, they tried really hard to get to the finals. They won the championship back in the second season. Right now we're in the fourth season, but they fell short to UTRGV, who we're gonna be watching actually later today in about 2 hours. And Yale
It's
similarly,
UChicago, right?
yeah, they lost to UChicago.
Hmm.
Both semifinals matches came down to the very last game, 8.5 to 7.5. So it should be really exciting to see um, if
See
these
the
games are going to
culmination
be.
of the season.
Yeah. So have you played any like exciting like college matches? I know you went to was it University of Illinois?
Well, I kind of got the best of both worlds in college because I spent 2 years at University of Illinois and then 2 years at Webster University.
Oh
So
yeah.
I got the experience of like a student-run chess team with not much support from the university, and we had to do our own kind of fundraising. And then switching to Webster, I was like one of the lowest players on the team, and a lot of the teammates of mine were grandmasters, and it was far different experience. We had structured trainings, and um, yeah, it's both kind of both experiences between Webster and University of Illinois were quite nice, and had some triumphs on both teams with like doing well at Pan Am's. U of I, we qualified for Final Four a couple years in a row, which is highly unexpected.
That's
Um,
awesome.
I want to go back to this game between Operan and Firewoods because Operan sacked a piece, and it seemed to be a miscalculation. I think he was banking on Bishop G5 working, but the knight was controlling G5. So Black is down a piece here. And Operan, I think, bailed out. Now is only down the exchange.
Well, he's got the
But anything
bishop
can still
pair,
happen.
but his
Yeah, he has a
opponent
bishop pair.
also less than 15 seconds.
And there is a 2-second increment, so White does have some chances to survive an increment. And like maybe even press for a win. Because it's rook for bishop and pawn.
Yeah, and these pawns for black are isolated out there, but the bishops control a lot of space here in the open board. So it's gonna be that's a huge piece sacrifice from Oparin. Maybe do you think he thought he had back rank mate?
I think it was maybe based on miscalculation. Yeah, it was the type of thing he was maybe just trying to play quickly uh to pressure his opponent on time. But
Yeah.
now, yeah, okay, so they traded a pair of light squared bishops. It's still rook for bishop and pawn. I'd imagine it'll be a draw, but White's definitely trying to grind this one out. And threatening rook f5 here.
Yeah, that's a fork. So the bishop moves. Yeah, I imagine he could hold on to a draw on this. I feel like black could make some sort of fortress, right?
You would think so, like put the bishop on c5 and kind of just wait. But there's so many situations where black could just get in Zugzwang. C3, like going for the pawn trade.
I see we have a
As
result. Um,
ooh,
Chess
oh
Web
yeah, one draw.
and Antipov drew. Yes.
Okay.
So Chess Web is the former captain of the Yale team, Dex Webster, national master,
Mhm.
and getting a draw against Antipov Mikhail, who's a very strong grandmaster, board 2 from Mizzou. So that's a really good result for Yale in round 1.
Yeah, that's I guess what we can call an upset draw.
Yeah, and I do still think Oparin can hold on to a draw here, but imagine a board 4 getting a draw against board 1. Like
You
that's
know what?
another
White
big
has to be
upset.
careful not to lose here because Black's getting the pawn to d2. This might already be losing for White.
Oh no. We're saying Grigory's gonna hold on to a draw, but now he lost his A
You
pawn,
would think
and
so, but yeah,
now
now Black's a pawn is just gonna charge down the board. Although rook a1, maybe there's still some chances. But no, the rook is about to get
no, now
trapped
he
and
can't
d1
stop the
coming.
promotion. Yeah, I need to leave the rook on the first rank, and even
Oof,
so, Black had
that's
a
a
second
heartbreaking
pawn.
game.
Okay, so Grigory holds on with a
Holds
win.
on with a win. Yeah.
So now we have
Yeah.
Speed Skater Nico versus Chris Repka, two grandmasters already playing in round one.
Both players below 20 seconds. And this
Okay.
is a case where I think all three results are possible, but generally these situations, a knight is preferable over the bishop because all the pawns are on the same side.
That's a good point. But black has the light square bishop, and all of white's pawns are on light squares.
Yeah, which ironically might actually be in white's favor because the pawns restrict the bishop.
Whoa.
I don't understand g5. Oh, g5 because black was running rook f3, mate.
Wow. Wait, rook f3?
Rook f3 was a checkmate threat a few moves ago.
Oh.
I'm not sure if white had a different way of defending.
Man, yeah, no, the computer eval, I don't know if you're looking at it, but it spiked. It loved black's position after the move g5. But okay.
Yeah, I'm curious if white had an alternative there. I mean, there's still some drawing chances for white. Like, you just got to get the knight to
second.
win the pawn.
Oh my god. Chris is so low on
Oof.
time. He
But
has
okay,
to
knight
make his-
f2 and knight g4 and
He's attacking the bishop.
knight h5 is very nice because his pawn is a bit backwards on g7. So the king's gonna have to babysit the pawn, and white just has a really nice blockade on the dark squares.
Can you go knight f2 to pick up the g pawn? Is that what he's going for?
As a possibility, he had a chance a few moves ago. The problem is when you do pick up the g pawn, the black king gets e5. Okay, we're gonna see this play out. This still might be a draw, actually.
Yeah, because now the king's only on e7, so can't.
There's some stalemate trick. If bishop g4, king g4, I don't know if you can show the line, but
Yeah, king g4,
king g4, king e5, king h5.
No, but the king was on e7, so the king couldn't get to e5.
Oh, I'm sorry. Bishop g4, king g4. Oh yeah, king d6. It's a little bit slow for black.
Yeah, the king
Actually,
can
white
get back
maybe
to
has
f4.
chances there to come in. Right.
All right, I finally see Crazy Girl versus Doraemon. So this is Yale's board 2, FIDE master Uni Kim. And Begim, woman grandmaster from Mizzou. She's played a ton in St. Louis this past year, I want to say.
Yeah. She had a good showing at the American Cup recently, and then before that, U.S. Women's Championship. I think she finished top 3 at U.S. Women's. And she's a relatively newer player to the U.S. delegation. Like very solid opening preparation.
Yeah, she played in U.S. Women's. Was that last year? Or yeah.
Yeah, so last year, like the scheduling was a bit off because usually the U.S. championships are in like springtime, like usually March, April, May. But last year, U.S. championship was in October, and
did Carissa Yip win that one?
Yeah, Carissa did win. I want to say Begim took second.
I think Begim did get second. I think Begim actually gave Carissa Yip her only loss of that tournament.
Okay, yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, so Carissa crushed it. She only had one loss, and I think it was to Begim.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, now Begim is playing. Like I said, I think this is her first time in the playoffs, so she's been subbed in by Mizzou's coach, who is Grandmaster Christian Chirilla, who I think is it Bucharest right now, covering.
He was covering the Grand Chess Tour in Romania, but I'm not sure where he is now.
Okay.
He's constantly moving around.
Yeah, he's been doing a lot of coverage for the St. Louis Chess Club, including coverage over the American Cup.
Yeah, he's one of the staple commentators now, and I mean he wears a lot of different hats between commentator, Mizzou chess coach. He's been helping Begim, of course, prepare for these very elite events.
Yeah,
and then
and
traveling all around for for Grand Chess Tour too.
yeah, he's been doing a lot. And his team here, I know they definitely wanted to win last week against Texas, but they're gonna be looking to end their season on a win against Yale. And yeah, Big Game playing up against board two. So we saw Yale get a half point against Mizzou's board two. So maybe Crazy Girl can get some points back from this one.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at the position. It's kind of this weird pawn structure, which I think should favor white, but I really like black's last move f6, just getting rid of this e pawn. And black might even want to eventually play pawn e5 and just bust open the center and then uh, basically argue that white has worse pawn structure with the backwards e pawn. So I think the next few moves will be very telling to see how white can actually complete development. And now black taking time here. What to recapture with? The pawn, bishop, or rook?
Pawn.
Pawn, yeah.
So now
E4 makes a ton of sense for white.
yeah, just striking immediately in the center.
And yeah, it seems like white is still having the upper hand here. Like even though it's equal material and like all the center pawns have been traded, I just like the more activity. Like white already has a rook on the open e file. This knight can choose. I don't think you want to go to c5. Knight c5 walks into bishop d4. Although maybe it's playable.
Bishop d4,
Bishop
bishop
e3.
e3. Yeah, he goes
But
to
knight d6
d6.
even. Wow.
So attacking the bishop, opening up the rook, opening up the bishop. So if you're
Yeah,
black
there's
here,
cases where white will just trade the knight for bishop and then try and grind down the endgame with the bishop pair. But meanwhile, it's really hard for black to remove this knight from d6. You want to play rook f6, but then there's rook e8 check.
yeah, that would lose the queen, so that's not good.
And you also want to develop your lights for the bishop, but you can't move to e6, and bishop d7 loses the b7 pawn.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what black is going to do here. Time is ticking.
Yeah, they're down to a minute. There goes the
Queen
c-pawn.
c7 preparing rook d8, but c4 preparing c5.
Maybe black has to play c5, and they do.
Yeah, that c5, it makes this bishop on g2 really happy. Also gives the knight a permanent home on b5.
Yeah, so this leaves the c-pawn hanging for a little bit, but black's queen has to move first, and then do you think white is going to have to defend the c4 pawn?
I think it depends where the queen goes. I'm wondering if like white could move back to d6 and play some bishop d5 check. Here we see queen d6.
So if
a different form of aggression.
Knight takes c4, we're just going to take on c5.
It looks like the c pawns may very well be traded. Let's also keep in mind, like whenever the knight removes itself from b6, there's going to be bishop d5 ideas.
Oh yes.
So like knight c4, queen c5, and then white's threatening this massive pin with bishop d5.
Yeah, and that's not so easy to defend. Maybe you need bishop e6, but you could sack the exchange there.
Yeah, bishop e6, rook e6, and I mean white has so much time. Black is I think black is either going to flag or end up losing a lot of material here.
Or both.
Or both, yeah.
Okay, so the king gets off the light square diagonal, but
now there's so many fun moves for white to choose from between rook e7 or knight d6.
yeah, knight d6 is looking good. And so much time.
And this is where Begim can just kind of take her time and kind of calmly calculate, look for the forcing moves. Like even knight c7 here, just hitting the rook and trying to win the exchange or win the knight on b6. Not seeing how black defends there.
Yeah, you're going to get one or the other. Okay, so knight d6.
Okay, knight d6.
Hits the queen. It's a lot of things.
I'm curious what the follow-up is.
Yeah, Begim still has to develop, her bishop on c1 and her rook on a1. This bishop on g7's annoyingly attacking b2. So yeah, Begim just goes back with the knight here.
I like knight b5. Make black think, and yeah, I think she realized the knight on d6 wasn't actually doing too much. And let's see if she can find knight c7.
She's gonna go back. No, she goes down.
Bishop f1, overprotecting c4. And now knight c7, there's rook c8.
Yeah, so black's gotten the bishop out.
But okay, the rook e7 here. Even a move like bishop e3 looks pretty good.
Oh, we have a round 2 result already. Antipov took down Firewoods. Looks like this king on f7.
White wins by resignation. Yeah, the final position is quite telling. Nice game from Begim. Playing very nicely positionally. Like, I think the momentum shift was once she got her knight to d6, it was very difficult for black to deal with.
Yeah, so she did play rook e7. Black tried to attack white's queen back, but queen takes the rook with check, so that wins a rook. So Begim with the point and Antipov with the point. And Mizzou is adding on to their lead. They're up by 3, 4-1 right now. And now I'm looking at Grigori versus Dex Webster. So Grigori kind of
just counting material. Queen b2, very sneaky, hoping for the
queen miss.
the miss of the queen, but so, yeah, queen's moving long distances.
Dex going for the Votes gambit.
To be fair, white was already completely winning, and queen b2 was just a final try.
It's a good last resort.
Definitely, especially in team chess where you want to try every chance you have to trick your opponent.
All right, so yeah, Mizzou was up 5-1 after 2 rounds. Yale has only gotten 2 draws. Although there's still 2 games left here in round 2. We have Cheka versus Begim, and we have Uni versus Chris. So maybe Yale can get some points back. They definitely need Cheka to produce here.
Yeah, we have an interesting sort of openings. Catalan versus some sort of like Queen's Indian setup. Leading to a very tense middle game position, especially on the long diagonal, like both bishops are staring at each other. Black's pawn is pinned on d5. I'm liking white's setup so far. Like white just has a little bit more space. The knight on e5, there's some potential to play e4 later. These positions I sometimes play with black, like similar structures. And they can be annoying to play against a strong player where they'll just keep grabbing space and try and grind you down.
Do you play the Catalan as white at all or not really?
No, I'm more of a London type guy.
Yeah, I know you like the London.
Yeah, it's Catalan. It's been an opening I've wanted to learn for a while, but there's just been so many other things I like to play with white. Like not only London, but a lot of e4 lines and English that I haven't gotten around to actually studying Catalan theory for white. But it's something I have to study for black, of course.
Yeah, it's somewhat popular, and that's what Cheka's gone with here. But Begim looks like she's doing just fine.
Yeah, holding her own, and black kind of has the quintessential Queen's Gambit decline setup with all the minor pieces harmonizing, and black is going for the very thematic c5 pawn break.
So now we're seeing some
especially
trades.
with the rook aligned with the queen.
So Cheka initiates by taking on d7. He wants to keep this bishop on. This is like the third time he's moved it to g5 now, attacking the knight.
Yeah, the thing is with white's pawn on g3 and also e3, this bishop outside the pawn chain, it doesn't really have much of a future. Like it's probably going to end up trading on f6 at some point. Because whenever black plays h6, you probably just want to take.
Yeah, so queen b3, putting more pressure on d5. Black goes to defend it immediately. So like you said, white probably going to take on f6, does so now. That's going to remove one of the defenders of d5, but black has enough.
So black has a bishop pair.
Mm-hmm.
But the bishop pair isn't too impressive here. Like this bishop on b7 just staring at the d5 pawn. Black's dark square bishop is restricted by white's pawns on dark squares. And I actually really like the way Czech is playing this, because the simple plan is rook fc1, and then maneuver the knight probably to f4 and d3, controlling c5 and e5. And like with the open c file for white, this pawn on c7 is going to just be backwards long term. And it doesn't seem like black is going to have much active play.
Yeah, I was wondering if white could try to go rook c5 and try to attack these pawns. But black's done a good
rook
job.
c5 might be on the horizon, just provoke a move like c6.
Yeah, so the bishop comes back to control c5. Ooh, is this
Oh,
gonna be a
bishop
skewer?
h3.
Wow, the
I'll
knight on
admit,
f4.
I saw the idea. I forgot the knight is actually controlling h3.
And looks like Begin forgot as well. That's a sharp move.
It's an easy thing to miss. Yeah, this knight helping support the bishop, and black's pieces are regretting the fact that they're placed the way they are.
You don't even have to take on c8 if you don't want to. You can just double up on the c file, right?
Yeah, white could torture black with a move like rook fc1. I think this is a point you like probably just want to grab material as white. Rook fc1.
Rook fc1, yeah.
That the torture begins.
So the point is the rook is still hanging on c8, but now also the c pawn is hanging, and the rook's gonna take on c7 with a lot of bishops to attack. So probably
it looks like black is just crumbling here.
Now
and c5 is a desperate attempt to make things messy.
Yeah, because if you took on c8, then maybe black could play c4 intermezzo. But looks like
yeah. I mean, it seems like there's a lot of ways for white to convert the advantage, but I mean, Nicholas is playing so calmly here, just not taking the exchange, but okay, snag the pawn and now maneuvering the knight back to the center. Knight d4 coming very soon.
Oh, and with a free pawn to
d4.
This opens up the bishop, and it opens up the rook.
Yeah, at least d8. Both bishops can breathe now. But white's up 2 pawns and doesn't look like black has too many targets to exploit.
So trade up
b5 also hanging here.
Yeah. So pushing to b4. Now c6.
Yeah, very powerful pass pawn, supported by the rook battery. And the problem for black with the rook blockading the pawn, the rook can very easily be attacked by the knight at some point. Like white probably wants to play queen c4 and knight b5, and then keep pushing the c pawn.
Yeah, here it likes rook c5 a lot, just hitting the queen.
Yeah, rook c5 also very nice, but yeah, white's taking his time. King g1, no rush.
Very calm grandmaster-esque.
Black's not black's not doing anything really to harm white's position. Rook c5 or even queen b5, just try and simplify, exploit the queenside pawns.
I also like the move c6 because it takes away the d7 square from black, so black can't double on the d file. But yeah, just trying to trade queens, and this is going to be a very methodical win. He might be losing a pawn back, but no worries. He's gonna trade off this rook, or he's gonna win the pawns back. So
Yeah, rook c4 is a nice touch.
yep. And now
Although, yeah, a3 or b3, and now white takes on b4 and rook a4. White's gonna have two outside pass pawns.
yeah, that's gonna be
And that's
enough.
all you need. Yeah.
More than enough. So yeah, Cheka's gonna be able to convert this. Maybe we check in with Chris Repka versus Unikim. See what's going on in this one.
Sure. Yeah, this position is wide open. Counting pawns, black is up 2 pawns. But both kings are a little bit naked. White would love to play bishop d5, but queen is pinning the bishop.
So right now Repka is up 2 pawns, but apparently the last 2 moves, rook to d7 was like mating.
Oh, rook d7. Black would have no defense.
Still rook d7. He's missing it. I don't know. But white, it
Because
still
white,
loves
you're
white.
you're concerned about the first rank, but rook d7, it's such nice coordination between the queen and the rook.
It's a very natural move, to put the rook on the 7th. And especially, when the knight gets to c7, so
Especially when you're threatening mate in 1 too with queen g7.
So Cheka beat Crazy Girl. So that gets a point back for Yale. And if Doraemon can find rook d7, and there it is.
Rook d7 was begging to be played.
Okay,
the
so
last
now
few
rook
moves.
f7. But now we can just take like on c7, no?
Always repeat, because why not? But don't flag. 5 seconds left. Yeah, you can take on c7 or f7, then
So
take on
take with check.
c7.
Yeah,
It still
can...
takes some technique to convert this, but yeah, white can just start scooping pawns.
All right, so now up a whole bishop for Doraemon. Black's trying to get their pawn going. They drop a pawn. But white also
Yeah,
has
this is actually still very tricky to convert. With the passy pawn, and at some point black might just go for some perpetual check against the king. But it's tricky because in a team situation, like as white, you probably want to play for a win here and play a move like queen g1.
Yeah. So, okay,
Or
king
king
g1.
g1, okay.
And now bishop block.
Yeah, white now has to be careful not to lose. As the pawn's about to come to c2. But white has a lot of checks to bail out if needed.
Doraemon's got to go for the win. Their team's losing. But he's got no time.
Yeah, I think a draw is a fair result for the final position.
All
C pawn
right.
became very dangerous for black.
Yeah, if they go back and review, rook d7 was mating. Very easy for me to see on the on the engine analysis there. But yeah, Yale, they're only down by 3, but they only have 2 rounds left. So Mizzou needs 3 out of 8 games to win this match. And I see 3 games in round 3 starting. I'm looking at Cheka versus Antipa. This is a big one.
Yeah, so 2 of the the bigger dogs, GM versus GM.
Yeah, they're both 2,800.
Scary chess.com blitz ratings.
Okay, so Antipov going after this dark square bishop. And Cheka's up a pawn. Was this some sort of gambit?
Yeah, I'm looking back at the opening. Some kind of Grunfeld. I thought this was called the Moscow variation, but this is a Hungarian variation.
So c5.
Yeah, c5 is a focal point here. Because black can't easily win it back right away because there's b4 ideas to fork the queen and whatever ends up taking on c5. And
Yeah.
white probably just wants to play b4 whenever he gets a chance. Just solidify the queenside pawn structure. It's a slightly awkward position for black now.
Yeah, c5. It's also going to be a connected pass pawn, as black doesn't have a c or d pawn, and they've pushed their b pawn up to b5. So that's going to be a very long-term advantage for Cheka. And as we've seen, he loves to grind down these positions.
Yeah, I think b4 was probably called for. Even though b4 looks really risky for black because a file is about to open, the white rook aligned with the black queen. a6 will probably fall at some point. But it wasn't worth allowing white to play pawn b4 himself.
Yeah. No, this makes a lot of sense. Like you said, it does seem risky, but but looks like white's gonna get b4 anyways, not going for the a6 pawn.
Rook a4 is really nice, yeah.
Yeah, now
No need to be too materialistic.
you can take on g7, you can play b4.
And now a6 is just a long-term weakness. Oh, but the knight is tied down on f3. Queen b8 was so tricky.
Queen
I think white
b8
had to take on
threatening
g7
mate.
first. Queen b8 was so tricky.
So now if knight takes on d4, queen takes h2. Can we play h3 really quick, or is black gonna just take on
h3,
c3?
bishop c3.
Wow. So now black is up a piece for 2 pawns.
The thing is, white's position was so good that I think he still has some chances
Wait, now knight
to
takes
fight
d4?
here.
No. Yeah, wait. Knight takes d4, no?
I'm trying to understand this. Knight d4, is there knight h2?
Knight h2. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I don't fully understand why he allowed that.
So these grandmasters are blundering their
Gave back a
pieces.
piece.
But now, okay, still threatening h2, so the knight comes back. Oh,
Oh,
and now knight
wow.
d4 from black.
Okay, so
It's a
he
fork.
planned this all out. Yeah, knight d4 is really nice.
What?
Finishing touch.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, tactics are just flowing for black.
Oh,
That's crazy.
wow. Cheka resigns. That's a huge point from Mizzou.
It's amazing how quickly the game can turn around like that. Because after rook a4, we both liked it, and it seemed like white was just positionally crushing.
Queen b8
But
was
then
so
out of nowhere,
sneaky.
queen b8 and yeah, bishop d4, and white was just falling apart.
I mean, if Cheka had taken on g7 first, like it still would have been pretty good for white. But I love this end tactic with knight c6 to knight d4. Wow, what a beautiful, beautiful endgame.
Yeah, this is why like tactics and board vision, it's so important in blitz. Be sharp and spot the long distance attacks. Let's see, b8 to h2.
All right, now I'm looking at Doraemon versus Grigri, and looks like Grigri is again down a bishop.
Down a piece. Yeah.
So maybe he sacked another one.
I mean, he has these outside connected passed pawns, but they're blockaded for the time being. a5 looks really weak. Is there any issue with taking on a5 right away? I guess white has to calculate like the idea of b3, b2.
I'm confused where his piece went.
Oh yeah, I can go back to and see.
Oh, his pawn on a5 was hanging after bishop takes on b4, because his rook on a8 was undefended.
A pawn was pinned. Wow, just some oversight.
But yeah, like you said, he's got these 2 outside passers, which are very valuable. But looks like white's put up a blockade using the queen, which is kind of an interesting piece to use.
Yeah, so white decided not to take on a5. I'm just kind of chilling with the major pieces, and now I like the move h5. Because black's queen and rooks are pretty much optimized. And now black is going for h4, h3, and queen g2 mate. So this is a point where white should probably pretty quickly play h4. Just prevent the kingside shenanigans.
And Grigory's going to try to pressure his opponent on the clock as well, as we've seen before. And Uni is spending some time here. So Grigory has double his opponent's time, which is a lot in blitz.
Yeah, it's easy to like become overly cautious when you're up material against a strong player. Can be easy to kind of play really conservatively, take more time than usual. Operin definitely using the clock as a weapon. I think all three results are possible in this game. Like even though white should still be better, the last few moves are telling. Like black's time, or white's time is draining. Black's keeping queens on the board. Seems like the pawns can start advancing very soon.
Yeah, well, it was bishop e1, very retreating.
Yeah, the bishop was just a bit restricted. I think maybe he wants to play f3. He's over defending the g3 with the bishop.
That's what I'm thinking. f3. But I don't know. f3 seems like a good move though. And now, can we take on h4?
The thing is, like, white has to pay attention to both sides of the board. Because a4, a3 can come very, very quickly.
Oh, computer likes rook takes b3 as a move because the rook on a8 will be hanging.
Oh, simple tactics.
Can Uni find it? Less than a minute. Grigory has a
The thing is,
advantage.
it's so easy to be in the defensive mindset as white in this position and just not look for the more aggressive moves.
Ooh, I
kind of rook b3 should be like.
Oh, he
finds it.
Nice tactic from Uni. So that's looking good for white. I want to look at Crazy Girl versus Firewoods. They both are under a minute.
Yeah, crazy position. Black's up a piece, but white has 3 connected pawns on the king side.
Oh, this wins. No, that just trades.
That just trades bishops. Yeah.
But now, look at how exposed Black's king is.
Yeah, it's really the black pieces, queen, rook, and bishop, helping defend the king. Oh, the queen b8's a really nice move. Now something like rook g3 and prepare rook f3 probably. Or pawn f4.
I'm wondering if white can try to pin the queen to the king.
Yeah, you'd like to set it up somehow.
Like I think
King g3 was a bit unexpected.
I think f4 was like the wrong direction. I think that maybe the rook should have just came backwards.
Rook g3.
Yeah. So what's the queen trying to do here? Very low time for big game.
Yeah, it looks like momentum shifting. It seemed like white had good chances for a moment there, but now falling below 4 seconds.
Check. Oh, is bishop d7?
Bishop d7.
That's got to be lights out.
Some kind of mating net.
Oh my goodness. Is there
queen h8?
Queen h8?
It's mate in 3, right?
He finds
queen g7, queen h7.
Queen g7 and
Some
queen
simple
h7.
puzzle rush.
There it is. So Maxime gets their first point against Big Game. Getting a point back.
Crazy Girl's king got a little bit too crazy there.
Up to g3 and g4 and final resting place h5.
Yeah, like combining f4 and king g3. And there's some excuse given the time situation, but it's not something you want to do.
Yeah.
In time trouble, like rook g3 on move 36 would have been a lot safer.
Yeah, instead of f4, bring the rook back to pin and give more checks to the king was definitely a good shot. But now I'm looking at Bubacheek versus Chessweb.
Yeah. Man, there's action everywhere. This is going to be a pawn race, it looks like. Knight c4, king f6. Or knight c4, king f6. What's happening?
Yeah, we have
Someone's winning
the
now,
race
right?
of the A and H pawns. Oh, so black doesn't take the bishop.
Now we're gonna see how a bishop is preferable over a knight, especially when there's pawns on both flanks.
So now white can't go to c4. Okay, well, maybe this
Uh-oh.
knight is gonna get trapped.
Yeah, knight's just trapped, and
Wow.
even if the king gets to 8 for black, bishop is of the same color as a
Dude,
queening square.
this light square bishop covers both queening squares, h1 and a8. A dream bishop in this position.
Yeah, bishops are good in the endgame.
That knight just got trapped, so now Bubachik is gonna win this up a queen. Don't play bishop e4.
Bishop e4 stalemate.
All right, so Bubachik doesn't stalemate. He gets his second point of the match, and that brings Mizzou within 1 point of winning. They're at 7.5.
You know which game is still going.
Yeah, we got
We left a while
Doraemon
ago.
versus Grigori.
It's over and
So
still fighting.
yeah, last we saw
It was rook b3.
Uni found the nice rook b3 tactic, but it's still under 10 seconds, so low on time. Grigori finally under a minute.
Yeah, it can be so hard to survive on the increment. Like you have to play every move as white within 2 seconds. Just pure intuition here. But white's playing for the win.
Yep. White is up the bishop, so we saw earlier when
Pawns are equal.
someone was up a bishop and they settled for a draw. Was that also Uni? I think it might have been.
That was somewhat, yeah, that may have been. That was a case where less pawns were on the board.
So, okay, we have f5. Now black has the double isolated f pawns, and white brings the rook over to the h file.
I like the strategy. I mean, just use
Just
your
go for
material
me.
advantage to attack the opponent's king.
And now Grigori's in time pressure. So
King f6, the king is
on the
running.
run. Rook h6.
But how do you actually destroy the king? You want to play bishop h4, but the bishop's pinned.
Queen's trying to come to c7.
I mean, anything can happen here. King d7. No checks for white. But f5 is about to fall.
Yeah, but
Maybe
black,
rook b5?
maybe black's gonna run their a pawn. Oh, okay, defending the f pawn.
Whenever blackjack gets a chance, he wants to push the a pawn.
Ooh, e4.
I'm both players living on the brink.
Oh.
Queens are finally traded.
Whoa, rook b7.
Oh no, your rook.
Oh my goodness, was that
Rook
a mouse
b7,
slip or
so
was
dirty.
That
may have been a mouse slip, but
I think it might have been
pays
too,
off.
but it catches them off guard and wins the rook for Doraemon.
Yeah, it was either a mouse slip or like a really dirty trick.
Well timed. So
Ouch.
Yale lives on. They're still down by 3, and Mizzou, like I said, they only need 1. If Yale sweeps this last round, they could win, but I don't see that happening.
Okay, so must-win situation for every player on the Yale team.
Yeah, they can only afford 1 draw. They could lose 1 draw, but if they go 3.5 to a half, the players will have to play overtime. But again, I think Mizzou can find 1 point at least on one of their boards.
Well, Mizzou outrates Yale on every board, right? We need to see 4 upsets.
Maybe start a prediction chat. Who do we have any believers?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, this game has $250 on the line. They've both already won $750. So the third place winner gets $1,000, which is a nice little prize for them. We do have another match after this one, a Division II finals match between Duke and Temple. And they also have some prize money on the line. They both already won $1,000 for second place, but they're fighting for the first place prize of $2,500.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So looking forward to that. But for now, we need to see if Mizzou's gonna close this one out. I'm looking at Grigori
It's
versus
like a couple
Cheka,
of games have started.
and
Yeah, they have a more positional kind of Slav type structure. I think this came from a ready opening.
so we have the queen's already traded, and Grigori has the king on d2.
I think it's a very good opening choice for the team situation. Like from Gregory's perspective, there's no need to take any risks. Just play solid chess. Queens are off the board. White's enjoying the bishop pair. I think white probably is slightly better here. Can we switch to the crazy girl game?
Yeah, let's do that.
Because there's some kind of sack on h2. I'm just wondering what the opening was.
So we had a Roy Lopez.
Exchange variation. I wonder if this is theory.
So sack on h2 to win a pawn, because the knight
So
on d4 was hanging.
yeah.
But now it looks like
But white has compensation for it. I'm
White-
not sure if black should be so happy being up a pawn here.
I think that black isn't gonna be up a pawn for much longer. I feel like the c7 pawn is undefendable.
Yeah, sorry about that. My headphones slipped out. So
Oh, it's all good. I was just saying I don't think that black is gonna be up a pawn much longer after c7 falls, but
yeah. Yeah, actually this looks really bad for black.
maybe you take on e4.
Even though
But-
black is still up a pawn, like knight c3 comes with tempo. d6 is really weak. Like white would love to somehow maneuver the knight to d6. And the rooks can probably come in very quickly. Like rook d8 could already be a threat.
I like rook d8 a lot. Okay, trying to get queens off.
Rook d8 even here. And even if black trades queens, if white plays rook d8, like everything's pinned on the 8th rank.
Yeah, rook d8, nothing can get out for black.
Like black's one plan would be maybe b5, bishop b7, or maybe king g7.
Yeah.
But then the other rook comes into e1, and this looks so bad.
Okay, leaving
Okay,
the
queen
queens on.
d6. I mean, queen d6 also looks pretty good for white.
Yeah, but now black can get the knight out. Maybe rook e1. Just going after that knight.
Yeah, rook e1, rook e8. Seems like black is holding on by a
Yeah,
thread.
bishop d8.
Bishop d8, wow.
Just the
skewer
maybe
from
like
behind.
queen d7. Just barely holding on.
Yeah, I'm not sure if bishop d8 would be a move that would cross my mind. But it's so nice
It's
to just have another attacker on e7.
yeah, it serves a purpose. It is kind of unorthodox, but interesting.
I like that actually.
Both these players are 2,500. So but yeah, this is the battle of the board threes. Maybe check back in real quick with Speed Skater and Grigori.
Yeah, their position is definitely transformed. And it's the type of position, yeah, there's some hope to play for a win as black. Like it's probably the most you can ask for as
Knight
black against like a strong
G3.
GM. Knight g3 is really beautiful.
It's so nice. It's threatening knight f5. If white takes, rook takes on
Or
e3.
comes in and black wins a pawn.
Yeah, it's forking the g3 pawn and the e2 pawn. So what a nice find. Cheka's been full of these kind of moves today, huh? Just really like
Yeah, it's so
taking-
easy to overlook, but like it's I guess the only way to activate the knight because it looked like the knight was just trapped on h5.
He did overlook that really nice tactic from Antipov. But
That's true. Yeah, can't blame them for it though.
but yeah, Cheka can redeem himself here with a nice win over Grigri. But yeah, speaking of the other games, I actually don't see if they've started.
Yeah, I only see 2 games going here.
Hmm.
We do see,
Oh,
just taking a look at the Crazy Girl game. Rookie 1 and Rookie 8 were both played.
and now
And now
Bishop
it's moment of truth if
D8.
Bishop D8 could be found.
I feel like it's not that good though after Queen D7.
Oh, Queen D7. Wow. So Black can kind of just turtle up. Good points. A Queen D7, I wonder if there's... I want to play Knight E4 in that line. But maybe it's no good.
Rook up, and yeah, Queen D7. I was thinking maybe
For
we play Rook D1 to prevent Queen D7.
Rook D1 would be a very
Check.
nice kind of
So now King G1.
positional move.
Bishop comes out.
Momentum seems to be shifting a little bit here.
Is is White threatening G4?
G4 is definitely an idea.
G4.
Think about G4,
Maybe
there's Queen G5 to pin.
Yeah.
Pin, defend everything.
Defends. Yeah. Whoa.
Black moving the G pawn.
And now G4. No, but
G4 would be hilarious.
the knight.
It might actually be playable though.
The problem is that like the knight defends on F5.
Right. It seemed like there were lines where White
Well,
gets 2 pieces for a rook.
hmm.
It's not the type of thing you want to think too much about when you're low on time.
Can we play Rook E1?
Yeah, I think it's time to bring the last piece into the game for White.
Yeah, but this knight on C3 would love to hop in as well, but Black's doing a good job of controlling the key squares on D5 and E4. But maybe White can play Rook to E3 and take over the E file.
Yeah, simple plan. Double up the rooks. Like Black's still under a lot of pressure here. As the knight doesn't really have a great place to move to from E7. Like you want to play knight D5, but actually maybe is knight D5 playable?
It opens up the rooks.
Yeah, because White can't take immediately. And if rooks got traded, Black's threatening rook E1.
Yeah, Rook E1's a
So knight
huge
D5 is
threat
played.
because
Oh!
wait, was Rook
Wait,
E1 playable?
rook E1 I think was forced mate.
Rook E1, King
Or no, it
H2.
wasn't.
There'd be some queen
There's
check.
queen H6, rook H3.
Rook H3, but Black could take that rook. So maybe a little quickly
It would
played
have
there.
gone messy there.
So Crazy Girl missing Rook E1.
The intermezzo.
Wow.
Yeah, it's so easy to miss moves when you have like an obvious recapture. Sometimes you just have to slow down and look for just other choices.
Yeah, and Big Amy has a ton of time too. Maybe she's trying to put Dex in some pressure. But speaking of time pressure, Grigri is now under 30 seconds.
We see the knight found a home on F5 here.
Yeah, so what a nice reroute from G3 to F5. And now G takes, undoubling the pawns. Bishop kicking the rook out. Maybe rook H2 makes a lot of sense.
That's definitely Black playing for a win.
Yeah, so now the king
Queen
retreats.
5 on 4. Still not easy though.
I see a game between Antipov and Doraemon.
Oh, I did not see that game.
Looks like Doraemon is up a piece and 2 pawns.
Wow. So
So,
there's still hope
yeah,
for
yeah, this game is not over.
Yale.
So, okay, and the king cannot take on e4 because then queen f5 is mate. So king steps aside. G6 is hanging. Um, so rook defends. Kind of really passive. Rook g7.
And this looks completely winning for black.
But yeah, black is crushing
In
it.
24 seconds should be plenty of time to convert this. Like even if white gets to h file, the king can always run to like f7 and
Queen
run towards the
d5.
queen side.
Rook f3 is coming. And
Very soon
also
it's
like
gonna be white's
bishop
king.
takes d4. Probably bishop takes d4 works because of rook f3.
Yeah, you could even. I mean, there's so many moves here. E5
Now there's rook
seems to
h8.
get this job done.
There's a
Rook
check on the
h8, king
f file.
f7.
Um,
Oh, and then rook f1.
yeah, I
I
don't know.
think king starts running. Probably not something black should have allowed.
Well, at least the rook on f8's defended
Here's
by the
king e8
knight.
here.
Yeah, you could just move the king. Blocking on f6 would be bad because black has a tight to win a piece there. So, oh, king goes back to e8. So now
I like king e8.
white's rook is hanging on h8. The pawn on d4 is hanging. Uni should be able to convert this. Yeah, Yale could have a comeback. Hold on, let's go back to Grigori. He's down to 6 seconds. He might lose this too. Is the rook just...
Yeah. Well, I don't think white can take the rook
Oh,
too
because then the
soon.
pawn will promote.
Very tricky, but blocks up a knight and has a path g pawn.
And up a lot of time.
This should be a pretty straightforward win. And just
And
g3.
yeah. Wow, wait, hold on. How's Dex doing against Crazy Girl?
He was winning earlier, but now I have no idea
Is he
what's
down a
happening.
piece?
Wow,
Wait.
looks like Crazy Girl's king is being crazy again. But looks like this is completely winning for black.
On brand. Yeah, win from Crazy Girl will win for Mizzou. So, but
It
props.
seemed like white had a lot of chances to win this game, but kudos to Crazy Girl's resilience.
So Doraemon and Cheka, the boards 1 and 2 for Yale, getting
Very
wins
clutch.
against the top 2 boards from Mizzou. I still didn't see Firewood's game. Maybe I'll check if they played and we just missed it.
Yeah, nothing popped up in the follow games.
Yeah, I don't think he played.
Hmm.
So I don't know where Repka was. But yeah, Crazy Girl's gonna win this. Unless she stalemates, imagine.
I've seen it happen many times.
With the bishop, it's extra
With
tricky.
the bishop, it's a bit easier, yeah. Or easier to stalemate, I should say.
And you're the king of stalemates. You would know. You're like the
Yeah,
expert.
it takes some help from the opponent, though. Black not even using the bishop to mate, brings the king in.
So Crazy Girl.
GG.
She's the sub that they brought in today, and she's the one to get the job done, clinching it out for Mizzou. They win 8.5 to I don't know if the fourth board happened, but congrats to Mizzou winning 3rd place in Division 1 and earning $1,000.
Yeah, good showing. I mean, good showing by both teams. Yale put up a huge fight because on paper it seemed like it was going to be a very one-sided match, and then I mean, it came down to really this final game. It seemed like who is this player Dex? If he could have converted, she had chances. It could have really come down to the wire.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what happened to the fourth board, but that's gonna be that for Mizzou and Yale. So congrats on an awesome season by both teams. They made it so far. But we have a Division 2 finals match about to start. So we're gonna take a really quick break to set that up. But yeah, stick around, guys. Thanks for being here, and we'll see you in just a minute. Hello, everyone, and we're back. We've got the Division II Finals match with $2,500 on the line between Duke and Temple. I'm joined once again by International Master Eric Rosen.
I'm excited. This will be fun. I see there was a Temple fan earlier in chat.
Yes.
RBS Pyro saying go Temple.
Yeah, Pyro is one of the Temple players. I believe actually their fourth board.
Oh, he's actually playing a game right now. He has
Yeah.
18 seconds left.
So hopefully he's good in time pressure. Let's see. RB Spyro. Yeah, he's Temple's fourth board. I believe he's originally registered on one of their lower teams, and he's subbed up to fill in. So, how's he doing?
Putting up a fight, but unfortunately losing some pawns and already below 10 seconds. So it doesn't look so great.
Yeah,
for Temple on this board.
In the first round, board fours have to play against the top board from the other team, so it is.
Okay, that explains the rating disparity.
Yeah, it's gonna be a bit harder. Yeah, this is D2 finals. So let me actually update the stream titles.
Yeah, I like going full Sparta mode with the G-Pawn, but losing everything in the process.
All right, so double attack gets the first point. I see Panda Masters low on time against Berduli Guga.
Yeah, I'm trying to digest this position, but so many things keep happening. So black is up the exchange, but white has a lot of counterplay, it seems. With the king on c7, knight d5 is a threat. Also, huge time advantage for white. I have no idea what's going on here. I mean, knight d5?
Knight d5? Knight d5.
I think knight d5, and if king d8 defending the rook, there's bishop g5.
Oh, bishop g5. I didn't even see that bishop over there.
The last piece entering the attack.
Sneaky. Is Verduli, he finds it?
But black can play king b7. And then there's some trade, and it's going to be...
Whoa, queen takes d7 with check.
Oh!
And a fork.
Okay, the knight just falls.
So is Panda Master going to go down in the round one?
It's, yeah, round one upset here. What to do?
Wow. So taking down the National Master, that's a big point for Temple. And now we have Tugama versus Dija Unger.
And unlike the previous two games, this game is a bit more level on time. And both players below a minute now. Like very close to symmetrical pawn structure. But it definitely seems like black is putting on the pressure. Rook on d1, pinning the bishop. I mean, bishop h3 or queen, even queen b1. How does white defend the f1 bishop?
Queen c4.
Oh, queen c4, defending the bishop and attacking f7.
Ooh, that's a big one.
It's actually a really nice move.
Queen steps back. Can we play like king g2?
King g2, there's bishop
Oh,
h3.
bishop h3. Okay, rook e7 though. This threatens to win the queen.
Gotta defend the
King
pawn.
steps in. Maybe there's like some queen checks.
Yeah, queen c3, there's some chance we could see a repetition here. I'm not sure
Maybe-
who's playing for a win, actually.
Actually, white could go rook e8, and this threatens queen c3, right?
Oh, that's a good point.
Oh, but now the queen's
Queen
blocked.
f3 covering c3.
What's happening? Okay, rook back. Maybe they're gonna repeat.
Yeah, they're dancing around a little bit. I think they're
Now
gonna
king
keep dancing
g2.
until one side blunders or until repetition.
Okay, so white has gotten out of the pen.
Yeah, but there's bishop h3 threats. So it looks like white has to walk back into the pin.
But can't they develop the bishop? Can they get the bishop out or no?
Maybe?
Check.
Again, bishop h3 looks so scary, though. Because king's also tied down to f2.
Wow, so you're right. Self-pinning again.
Black's definitely in control here.
Oh
And
my
both
god,
sides below 10
is
seconds.
there rook f1? And queen
Rook
h1.
f1 is made
That's
into
mate.
queen h1 mate.
They find it for sure, right? Why aren't
He's,
they
he's,
playing
he's
it?
just
Oh,
savoring the moment.
oh, what a tactic. So Temple gets a board point on board
Good
2.
game.
I actually looked up the game we missed. A huge upset. Board 4 from Duke beat Temple's top board, Jeffrey, who's their team captain.
Oh, wow.
So after round 1, it's tied 2-2.
Okay. That's a sign this will be a close match then.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if they continue trading games like that or if one side's going to break through.
It looks like round 2 games are beginning.
Yeah, so we have Berduli Gaga versus Double Attack. Both these players won in the first round. They're fairly close in rating. So Double Attack, they won their first game against Reese, Julian Betancourt that we saw, RB Spyro, who was in the chat. It's gonna be a tough match for Spyro.
I see he's playing a very obscure line in the Spanish, like a6, b5, knight a5.
Ah.
And I had this position once. I think once and only once in like the Speed Chess Championship against Elizabeth Petz. And I played as white. There's a funny line here: bishop takes f7.
For sure. Which
usually you can't do. Like it doesn't win material for white, but the idea is just to sack a piece for 2 pawns and get massive initiative. Like bishop f7, knight e5.
Yeah, knight e5 check, and then.
But it's a hard move to play if you're not familiar with the line.
So the Panda Master, I'm sure they thought about it. Just gonna play solid, and I think that's
Passing is a fair choice.
It's the smart choice against a player lower rated. I think if you play these crazy openings, you might find yourself in a worse position. You might just miss something and give your opponent a chance who otherwise is a massive underdog. Yeah. So
yeah, generally it's best to minimize risk and just play principled chess.
Yeah, so that's what we're seeing from the Panda Master, who has like a 600 rating point advantage, or maybe more. But yeah, I want to look at Wikipedia versus Tugama. So Wikipedia.
Yeah, I haven't seen Wikipedia yet.
He's the team captain for Temple. He is their fearless leader in their board one. He
Hmm.
lost in the first round against Duke's fourth board. So
Mm.
that's a huge point for Duke. And Jeffrey's got to really pick up the production here if he's to lead his team to a Division II championship title.
Yeah, it's important if you do get wounded early on, you have to bounce back quickly because in a team format, uh, the team's still counting on you to perform even if you do get upset. It seems like a solid opening for both sides. Like Clue Sicilian usually has a reputation of being like very, very solid. And now White's going for the kind of gradual kingside expansion.
Yeah, they've traded off Darkscore Bishop, so Black's King might be a little vulnerable after fianchettoing and trading off that Darkscore Bishop. So I like that Jeffrey's trying to open up this king side here with the move F4.
F4 is so typical in these close Sicilians for White, and there's looming ideas of either playing F5 or going for the like H3 G4 buildup,
Yep.
which yeah, H3 played very, very quickly.
There's H3, and look at the clock too. Jeffrey is he has more time than he started with.
Yeah, nice time management so far.
His
Like
opponent
playing
less than
really
2 minutes
quickly.
instantaneously.
The thing is, these positions are pretty straightforward to play in Blitz as White. Like a lot of ideas are just very natural. But this is maybe where, well, maybe not. I was going to say maybe where White should start taking some time. B4 is some idea, but not sure if B4 actually works for Black.
Before
White would be happy to take.
it looks like a logical continuation, but like you said, White's gonna open up the A file with tempo with the rook, so probably Black would have to take back with the queen, which might not
Yeah,
be ideal.
B4, A B4, Queen B4, and then Rook A7, and
Yeah,
looks like White's getting the upper hand.
rook A7, and White's threatening to get the queen into H6. So we see a lot of trades initiated.
Yeah, I like the transformation for White. Because Black is left with his really backwards pawn on F6.
Oh, we already have a result by
Ooh.
repetition.
Oh, early draw. Grandmaster draw. 15 move repetition.
So this Duke board 4 getting the repetition, and they are 1.5 out of Temple's top 2 boards. Very impressive.
Yeah, it's a nice start when the lowest player can get some points off the top 2.
Yeah, and it's gonna put even more pressure on Temple to produce on their other boards. So that's gonna be tough. Maybe we check in Spyro real quick, see how he's doing.
Yeah, it looks like a solid position. In Black is a little bit passive, just less space. White has the 2 really powerful center pawns. I do like the move C5. Try and create some opportunity in the center. Not sure if I understand B3.
Preventing C4 clearly.
Yeah.
Preparing for A4. I don't know.
Preparing A4, maybe preparing like Bishop C3, Bishop B2.
Yeah, the fianchetto.
Yeah, it's the type of move that just puts the ball back in Black's court. Really poses a question, what is Black doing here? And now we have this lingering pawn tension between the C and D pawns.
Yeah. If Black takes, they're gonna be left with maybe a backwards isolated D pawn. So that is interesting. But I think it's also important that they challenge these strong central pawns, like you said. So he just brings the rook to C8, which makes a lot of sense.
I like Rook C8. Yeah, just leaving tension. And if White played B3 on the previous move, there might not be a clear plan for White. So might as well make them think.
Both players with about 2 minutes. So Spyro's doing well here. We'll see if they can keep playing well. I see Wikipedia is still just crushing on the clock. At some point, you'd imagine the pressure will be too great.
Yeah, the time situation, I mean, tells the story here. But I'm not sure how much better white is positionally. Because like earlier, I really liked the prospect of just pressuring f6 pawn. The black has this nagging pressure on the b file.
Can white play
Like both of
e5?
white's rooks are tied down. E5 would be a very explosive move.
It just makes sense. Connect 4.
It does actually, yeah. Win connect 4, open the center when black is severely low on time.
I like how both queens are like controlling g5 and c5.
That's right, yeah. White's queen is perfectly placed to prepare the move e5. But black's queen is like defending everything. So
Yeah.
e5, I think black can take twice somehow and then be okay. Like one strategy when you're up a lot of time is to not rush things. Like it's okay to be patient, try and drain more of the opponent's clock. I'm wondering if white can perhaps play a bit slowly here, like bishop f3 or okay, bishop f1 we see.
Okay. And yeah, his opponent's still under a minute. This is Jeff Du. He brings the bishop all the way back.
Yeah, as black, I would have been more inclined to take simplify a little bit. Now it seems like white has a stronger bishop here.
Oh, c4, bishop back to f1. And now
Wow, so
d5. So
pawn structure is transforming.
the e-pawn is pinned. And white's just simply threatening to take maybe bishop g2. Bishop g2. Maybe,
Bishop g2 makes some sense.
Maybe there's rook e6. Is rook e6 a move?
Yeah, focus is shifting towards the center because black has the triple battery potential. Like rook e8 followed by rook e6.
Okay, the computer is saying e5.
E5 because after the trade on e5, white hits a rook on b6.
Yeah, now the rook on b6 is hanging. Maybe rook e6
nice X-ray vision.
is a little better, but we'll see if
yeah, white can take his time here.
This is the battle
E5
of
is
Jeff.
playing.
They're both Jeff. So
Ooh.
Okay, now the rook is hanging.
Who's a stronger
But now
Jeff?
maybe rook e6 still. Maybe you give up the d pawn, but you win the e pawn.
Yeah, it's about to get messy.
There it is.
The e pawn's definitely falling.
Oh, there's also rook
And d5 is also falling.
Okay, so they're trading pawns. Oh, bishop takes. So now rook takes. Now the queen's got to move. Defending d5 takes, rook takes.
Such a spicy position. Like both kings are going to be really open in the end of this. But looks like black's king is just a bit more of a target.
And the time pressure.
Because black has one check.
King g2.
Okay, we could see queen e4, forcing a queen trade.
Okay. And now.
But it still seems like it's white who has better chances. Yeah, rook f5.
Oh.
Not played.
Rook f5 was a fork. Okay.
Maybe it would be similar though.
Yeah, because black gets rook e2. Okay, now d6 check.
Yeah, this is going to be really difficult for black to defend because both
to,
c4 and a5 are weaknesses.
Can we go to c6? Can we win the c pawn?
Yeah, whenever you go after the c pawn, black can go after the b
rook
pawn.
b5, yeah.
So rook b7 is prophylaxis, just defending. And white's waiting for the right moment to go after one of the pawns.
Yeah.
I think at some point white has to play rook c6 if he wants to play for a win. Because what else to do?
Yeah, and you do want to go for the win here because your opponent has less than 10 seconds, so.
Rook a6, but okay, rook b5. Black's just waiting.
Rook c. Oh, you offered draw. All
Yeah, we
right,
see
rook
the draw
c6.
offer, but
Now rook b5. Rook takes
they're gonna play it
c4.
out.
Rook attacking the a pawn, but now a4. Rook a5. Now, okay, going for the c pawn. Yeah, that makes sense. But now a3.
Yeah, as Black, you can just I think force simplification. A2.
Maybe
White
Black's
actually
gonna
has to
play
be
for the
careful
win.
here.
Yeah, now they're down
'Cause
a pawn.
Black's up a pawn. Okay, White can bail out with perpetual check. Just keep
Yeah.
checking the king.
Give check and bring the king in. Go for mate. Now Wikipedia's
But
offering a draw.
Wikipedia offering a
The
draw.
Jeffs are equally strong. Neither Jeff has an
And
advantage.
Tugama declined the draw. He didn't even like
well,
just play a move
he's
to
up a pawn
decline
now. Oh, we got some points for Duke. Their top two boards both getting a point. And now Tugama gets on the board with their first draw. Same with Jeffrey. So after 2 rounds, Duke is up 5-3. They have a 2-point advantage going into the second half.
Some exciting games so far.
So Temple's gonna need a comeback here in the last 2 rounds. But Duke is looking good. Duke is the #1 seed. In fact, they beat University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign last week in the semifinals, 10-6. So we will be seeing one of the Illinois teams play tomorrow in the finals in Division 4. That's Illinois' B team. So yeah, I don't know if you know anyone there still involved with their chess club, but
it's been a while since since I attended University of Illinois. I'm sure I would recognize some names, but they've I mean, over the years they've always had like a pretty healthy program. Like a lot of play. I mean, it's just a massive university, so there's usually a few dozen people that are like, active chess players who attend.
Yeah, so they made it to Division 2 semifinals, and their B team made it to Division 4 finals. So they're doing pretty well. Duke also did extremely well. This is their A team, and looks like they're getting close to winning D2 finals, which is already impressive. But on top of that, their B and their C team both made it to the semifinals in Divisions 3 and 4 as well.
Oh wow!
So yeah, Duke has a very strong program. Make it to semifinals in their top 3 teams. But yeah, only made it to finals in Division 2, but that's where the money's at, and looks like they're doing well. Temple, they were the 3rd seed. They beat a school from France, Central Supélec, who was the 7th seed. So, and yeah, what's interesting is in Division 4 finals that we're going to watch tomorrow, we have another French team, Franche de Comte, who's the #1 seed in that division.
That's awesome that there's some international teams competing. Because in my college days, it was just competing against other schools, mainly in the U.S. Like there was Pan Am's. There's usually like one team from Canada, maybe one team from Jamaica, but never got to compete against European teams.
Yeah, and speaking of international, I'm looking at Deja Unger, who is Shankanger Shevdarov from Temple, the board 2.
Huh?
They're a Temple student, but they're studying in Tokyo. Apparently,
so that explains the Japanese flag.
at least to my understanding, that's what I've been told.
Okay.
But yeah, apparently Temple has a campus in Tokyo, which is very interesting. But yeah, they're playing up against Double Attack, who is the only player that's 2 out of 2. And Jacques Unger from Temple is the only player at 1.5 out of 2. So these are both teams' point leaders playing right now.
Respective heavy hitters.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to assess this position. Like white's up a pawn, but black has a bishop pair, and things are really open. Like b2 and e2 are both targets, but c6 is hanging,
Wow. Bishop c6. And I guess
allowing rook c8.
after rook c8, white's idea is probably queen e4 to attack the bishop on e7.
Yeah, that's a bold decision.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like it should work, but I guess yeah, queen e4
Oh, it likes
holds things
knight
together.
d5. Knight d5.
Oh, after rook c8,
Yes.
the d5 is really nice. Double attacking the double attack. Yeah,
A-
forks are all over the place there.
answering the pin with the fork.
Yeah, sometimes the fork is mightier than the pin.
So the pin is mightier than the sword.
And the pin is mightier than the sword. That's correct. Yeah.
The fork is mightier than a pin. So
Always depends on the position.
a fork is mightier than a sword.
By that logic, yeah, I would assume most of the time. It might depend on the strength of the fork. Knight d5 anyway.
Wow.
And
Wait, isn't white just winning the bishop on
well, you know
either
what's also
e2?
pretty mighty is a skewer. Rook e1 coming after queen d8.
Oh, well, I don't even think you need to worry about that. I think you just take on e2.
Oh, e2 is also just hanging. Yeah, I was
Yeah.
thinking just torture the opponent.
So now take on e2. And black
And the
cannot
bishop can't be
take
taken
on
because
c6.
97.
Yeah.
Wow.
Not only winning the piece back, but landing a fork. So we've had so many strong tactics ideas after bishop takes c6, and man, Jack Unger is playing so well for Temple. Gonna take down double attack with like double attacks of their own.
Yeah, white's just went up 2 pieces there.
Resignation.
Instant resignation.
Wow.
18 move victory.
So that's a quick point back for Temple. They're only down by 1 now. And I want to look back at Wikipedia. He's been crushing it on the clock, but how's his positioning doing?
I mean, really, really sharp position. Looks like some Sicilian. Yeah, it's kind of this offbeat Sicilian line that's become more popular recently, where white has fianchettoed the bishop on the queen side, proceeded to trade off the queenside bishop. And we have some opposite side castling position. We see yet another really powerful looking fork in the current position. Knight on e6.
Wow.
So white went up the exchange, but black still has some fighting chances, it seems.
Yeah, I love these opposite side castles. Always very sharp attacking lines on both sides. And looks like Jeffrey's getting the better of the Panda Master, National Master, Kevin Wang. Just making sure to minimize black's chances by getting the rooks off the board. But he does give up the D pawn, but he's going for mate.
And white going straight for the kill. Queen f8 is
Going for the
a massive threat.
Queen f8 to get to h6. Can we go
Bishop f7?
Can we go bishop e6?
Yeah, bishop e6, and the bishop can't be taken because there's queen f8 and then queen h6, followed by rook f8 mate.
Oh, he misses bishop e6. No.
Yeah, bishop e6 looked pretty winning on the spot there.
Lights out.
Yeah. I mean, queen d4, it's one of those moves, like, I think he's still trying to pressure his opponent on the clock, but bishop e6, it's a type of situation you should spend a little bit of time to
Can he go
find
back?
that move.
He's doubling up. He's just going after the b pawn.
Going after the b pawn. Yeah, it's still very good prospects to win.
Can we take now?
Yeah, queen b4, I don't see anything wrong with it.
What does queen?
And black's probably going to try queen e2. But white's winning. Too many pawns.
All the pawns. Take the a pawn.
Yeah, put the king on b2. Still have to watch out for some like cheapo tactics. Like black might try and set up some knight d3
Yeah,
fork.
knight d3. Yeah, that would be a fork. Okay, so queen e1, King
Actually,
B2,
Queen E1, King B2, Knight D3,
Knight D3. So the point is
CD3, Queen D2.
Queen D2 and
And if King A3, King B4, Queen F4. Sorry if like it's hard to draw
no,
arrows and actually show this line, but
Knight
we might
D3,
see it play out on the
Queen
board.
D2. Are you saying it's a perpetual?
I don't think it's a perpetual, but black is at the very least winning back the exchange and maybe getting
Well,
a perpetual.
the rook is defended by the queen.
But the point is, yeah, black is gonna like try for perpetual, and then once the king tries to run away to b4, okay, we're gonna see it play out.
Yeah,
So imagine
then
white
the
plays
rook is
king
hanging
a3 at some point.
because you have Queen C1.
Queen c1 and queen f4. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
White's thinking here, but the only move you can play is pawn takes knight. I think he just didn't see knight d3 coming.
Well, you could go to A3 and lose.
Could lose in one move, yeah.
Listen, we have options here, is all I'm saying. All right, so they accept.
Choices.
This is crazy. Panda Master with less than 30 seconds to Wikipedia's 3 minutes, and he blunders this knight to D3 check.
I think white's still playing for a win. Like he's gonna repeat king b2 and then probably go for king a3. And then the king can run up to a5, and white's still up a pawn. I think the problem though is the bishop kind of gets stuck in the end. But maybe not.
All right, so king A3 though apparently is mate in 2. You're not losing the rook. You're losing
Queen
the king.
c5.
Yeah, that's
I
the
didn't
problem.
see queen c5.
Me neither. So that's the problem.
Well, you see it though.
You can't play for the win.
I was so focused on queen takes f4.
I know, I saw that too. That's crazy.
Just so excited to win back the rook.
I know.
Yeah, white has to go for
perpet. King B1. It's so sad.
Nice save from black.
Dude, Wikipedia. He's the team captain. He's only gotten 2 draws out of 3 games.
I mean, goes to show like there is that moment where there was bishop e6, and
yeah,
it was worth spending some extra seconds there.
Looks like
okay.
We have a result as well with Jeff Du taking down Spyro. So Duke is back up to 2 points in a lead, and we have
one last game going.
Yeah, looks like this is going to be a draw. So they draw here for Dooley Guga versus E Mitra, who hasn't lost a game yet. They have 1 win and 2 draws.
Solid.
And Duke is now up 7-5. So they split that round 2-2. And we have 1 final round left. Duke only needs 1.5 points out of the 4 remaining games to win. Temple, they need 3 points to force a draw, or 3.5 or more to win.
So what happens if they force a draw? Is there some sort of playoff?
Yeah, we have a tiebreak system set up where they go to round 5. So they repeat round 4, except they switch colors. And instead of a 5+2 game, they play 3+2. And if still tied after that, they do the same thing, but then with 1+2.
Ooh, bullet chess.
And then they just repeat 1+2 until a side is a victor.
That sounds fun.
Yeah, I think
it also sounds like it could go on for a while.
It could.
If they keep tying.
I want to say the longest overtime we've ever had was like 5 rounds or something crazy. Maybe like a season or 2 ago.
Yeah, I remember the days from Pro Chess League where they had some kind of similar format where matches just kept going and going and going. But it does get more intense as they go on.
So you played in Pro Chess League?
I was a manager for the Webster Windmills.
Oh.
And I played like our first season. I was like a board 4 back when I helped lower the average rating.
It's a very important job.
Yeah, it was to balance out all the GMs on our team.
my only experience playing on a team is I played in US Amateur Team West 2 times.
Oh, nice. Yeah,
So
it's a great tournament.
yeah, I've played both times for a UCLA team. My first time, I was a freshman in college. I was board one, and I
Hmm,
got destroyed. We sent our team not really planning out the like team average. We just sent like our top four strongest players.
I
Um,
see.
so like the rating difference between me on board one and our board four player was less than 100 points. So we were like very well
Uh,
balanced. But the problem was is that every other team that we played against had a stacked top three with a very weak board four.
there's a lot of
So
stacked teams in those competitions. Yes, you're playing like the Strong Masters, title players, and that's
so
tough.
I went 1 out of 6, and our
Huh.
board four, I'm pretty sure swept like 6 out of 6.
Ah, okay.
So,
That's not surprising. Yeah,
yeah,
it's a learning experience for you though.
yeah. So the second time I went was after I had graduated, and at this time I was now the board four, which was a much more pleasant experience. I ended up doing pretty well. So
It
yeah,
is nice to play people your own level or even slightly below that you can kick around a bit more.
yeah. But yeah, in our format here, it's an all play all kind of thing. Except for round four, like you're now playing your board equivalent on the other team.
Right.
So
I like this format. Yeah, it's because you kind of see these matches where like upsets can happen, and uh, as the match goes on, the matches become closer and closer. So it's a fun format to watch.
yeah, and I'm once again looking at Wikipedia. So they're playing against double attack. Looks like the bishop's coming in hitting the queen. I'm rooting for Jeffrey because he's had 2 draws so far out of the first 3. And if he can get a point out of Duke's top board, that'll be really helpful for Temple's chances at a comeback.
And again, we see Wikipedia way up on the clock,
Yeah, we'll
just
see.
beginning to take some time.
Knight 94 for white seems logical. Either knight, honestly.
94 played. Yeah,
Maybe.
White would love to exploit this queen bishop battery, like eventually get in queen h7 and open the f file and destroy the black king. 94 seems like a good first step to do that.
Yeah, this could be dangerous. I see we have a fan in the chat asking for Jeff Dew's game. So we're gonna look at Tugama versus Berduli Guga. Both these players have 1.5 out of 3 so far on board
Mhm.
3. Looks like
Do you speak
white's better.
German? Because it looks like German in the chat.
I do not. I don't.
Uh-huh.
Do you speak German?
No, but I have a lot of German viewers, so I've learned like some words, but it's been a struggle to remember much.
We're all leave. I would guess that we all love Jeff Dew, maybe. If I were to guess. Oh, MG Weirdo said that is wow. You know, maybe I do speak German.
Aha. Yeah, it helps when you can have a translator there.
Um, all right. Well, I was saying I liked White's position because the king wasn't castled. But now the king is castled, but I guess technically White's down 2 whole pawns, which is a lot.
That is a lot of pawns to be down. And
Whoa,
black is keeping the dark squared bishop.
he's giving another pawn.
F5 is spicy though. But can black just take it? Like
Yeah, like what is this move? I don't know. Does he want knight takes d5 at some
Yeah,
lines?
there's some knight d5 opportunity.
But the
I'm
knight,
wondering though, like black can maybe even take with the g pawn. It looks ridiculous to open up the king. But g takes f5 and the queen doesn't have a great square.
I agree with you. It does look ridiculous, but the computer likes she takes f5.
And the king can kind of tuck away on h8.
Okay, so they take this
And this should
way.
be fine as well.
There is knight d5. I want the bishop back on h8, and I want to like sack on c6 somehow and give mate on e7.
Oh,
If I
yeah,
could get
that's a
all
lot to
the
ask for. You have to get rid of the queen and the knight and ensure that black can't play any move for the next like 5 moves.
it's a
Maybe
possibility.
someday.
Well, yeah, and after bishop d4 check, the bishop's not on h8 anymore. So that's rough, but
F6 is a nice move because at some point the pawn on h6 is going to become weak, and but things
taking
are
it
getting
first.
spicy.
Where's this bishop going? Because if you go to like f4, there's g5, right? And the point about g5 is that there's also going to be g4.
Yeah, and then there's issues on the h file too for white.
The h file
The bishop's
is,
controlling g1.
and the knight on d5 is hit. So probably you can't go to f4 or h4. You have to go back even more. So maybe e3.
Might see bishop e3 here. Yeah, this bishop on d4 is like so strong.
Oh, I see Irene in the chat. Hello. Good to see you.
Hey, got some people here.
And hello from Skokie, Illinois, from Richie Westy.
Jeff Dew, the undisputed GOAT. We'll see how GOAT-like he is this game.
We have people fighting over Jeff's fandom. Hello from Vietnam. So Irene's in Vietnam right now.
Yeah, there is this the Sea Games. It's like Olympics but for Southeast Asia. Like a big chess event. Also a team format. So many team formats taking place these days.
I heard a draw offer and it's on the board 4s. So
board 4, that's RB Spyro, right?
So yeah, we have a queen versus 2 rooks, but this e pawn is isolated and they agree to a draw.
Oh wow.
So Spyro gets their first point on the board.
First half point.
Yeah, not quite a full point, but they weren't
That's
swept.
Something. Yeah.
But that does put Duke, half a point closer to winning. They only need 1 win out of the remaining 3 games. And I just tuned into back to Tagama's position. Looks like this might be the one game. Where is this knight on c7 going?
That's a great question. Oh, it goes to
takes
a6.
on a6.
This b7 pawn is overworked.
Wow. Okay.
But there's knight d4.
Okay, yeah, knight d4. That's a good
Knight
point.
d4 and kind of lights out.
Yeah,
I mean, white's going to fight. And time is ticking, but...
All right, so yeah, knight d4, and looks like black's going to lose the knight, finally.
It's not a position you resign as white, because you can still like move the queen, attack e5, and once you get the queen d5, there's some hope of eventual queen g7. Okay, here we see rook e5. Similar ideas.
So getting a pawn back at least.
It'll take some technique for black, especially with the time situation.
There is perhaps a mating, square on g7. So, who knows? Like you said,
yeah, I mean, the key is not to spend too much time. Just play some quick moves, try and simplify. I mean, black is not in any real danger here. I like knight b5. Just chase the queen off this diagonal.
Yeah. And now Goga in low time as well. Oh, I see.
Quick updates. Double attack is beating Wikipedia.
Yeah.
Completely winning king pawn ending.
Up 2 pawns. So I
think
up
2 double pawns.
Duke should be able to close this one out. How's Panda Master and Dijonger doing?
That's a crazy one. It looks like black should be winning, but the pieces are just scattered all over the place. What is his position?
Oh man, it's so low on time. He's got to go.
Yeah, but queen g5 and like black is
But they're not
up a
moving.
piece.
1 second. Move.
Oh no, you're
Oh my
time.
god. 2.7
Queen
seconds.
f6,
Oh my goodness.
making it close. But black is up a piece with a triple f-file battery. Like wants to play knight g4 here, but then there's rook f1.
Is the bishop just hanging on d3?
Oh, good point. But knight e2.
92.
But 2 seconds.
Queen takes b2, attacking the rook on a1. So like white just took back a piece, almost seemingly for free. Like
White's actually holding on here.
is black threatening knight
a bit.
g3? Is that a thing or no?
I was wondering about knight g3.
Okay, attacking on e1. Wait, Berduli Guga beat Tugama. What?
Wow.
What happened?
I don't know.
Tugama was up
So
the
much
whole
happening.
night. They blundered a rook. Oh my goodness. Okay, so Temple's hopes and dreams are still alive.
But we still should
but
stay on
not
this
anymore.
Panda Master game.
Well, double attack just beat Jeffrey, so
Yeah.
so that's gonna do it for Duke. Taking down Jeffrey from Temple. Deja Unger though.
This game is still up for grabs. I mean, black is putting on pressure. But white has created some like fortress of defense.
Wait, G1? King up?
Yeah, king h3, the king's safe, and knight g6.
Whoa, fork.
Bishop d5.
Wait,
no.
That's a free queen! Oh my goodness!
Oh.
We've seen this again.
It's happened in the past, and
This-
it happens again.
This happened in the final match between UChicago and Yale. Just an
Ouch.
absolute Botez gambit. Bishop to d5 was a forced mate in 6 for white. They went with the
White
wrong
can still
piece
play
to
bishop
check.
d5 here. Or no, white can't. White's in check.
White's in check. Yeah, it
And down the
goes
queen.
from forced mate for white to forced mate for black. And big...
Yeah, that's so sad. Because when you play queen e6, you think you're just winning, but
in fact,
bishop
it's the
d5
opposite.
is the better way to go.
So Deja Unger, they went 3.5 out of 4, but unfortunately, they fell 1 point short. So super close match for the Division II championship. Duke takes it home, 8.5 to 7.5. So yeah, congrats to Duke winning 2,500. Temple does still take away $1,000. So congrats to them, and congrats to both these teams on an awesome season.
Yeah, that was super fun to watch. Some really close games towards the end there. I'm still wondering what happened in that Jeff game because it looked so one-sided.
He separated the rooks and
something
he
happened.
blundered the rook on the back rank. But yeah, we're gonna take a quick break, and in 5 minutes we have the Division I championship match, the one we've all been waiting for. University of Texas at Rio Grande Valley versus the University of Chicago. Big match coming up, so stay tuned for that, and we'll be back in a couple minutes. Hello and welcome back, everyone. We've got the Division One finals here underway. My name is Joe, and I'm the commissioner of the Collegiate Chess League. And I'm joined once again by International Master Eric Rosen.
Good to be here. Got the finals.
Yeah,
Who are you rooting for?
Well, I'm rooting for, I think UChicago is the underdogs. We've got them versus University of Texas at Rio Grande Valley. They're fighting for $5,000 along with the championship title. Yeah, fun fact: Chicago won last season, and UTRGV. This is the first time that they're playing with their A team. So they've got a really strong scholarship team. All four of their players are either IMs or GMs.
Yeah, I was gonna say the big difference between these two teams is UTRGV. They have full scholarships for chess, and UChicago, as far as I know, they don't actively recruit chess players or offer chess scholarships.
No.
So yeah, it's kind of the more student-run team against a more formal like organized team with coaches and everything. So it should be a fun matchup.
Yeah, speaking of coaches, I have another fun fact for you. So
Let's hear it.
UChicago, they won last year against the University of Warsaw. And
Wow, I didn't know University of Warsaw had a chess team.
They not only had a chess team, but they had a very strong chess team led by Grandmaster Bartek. I don't know if you know Bartek, but Bartek.
Of course, I mean Bartek like coaches UTRGV though,
coaches
right?
UTRGV, yeah. So he played last season as a player for University of Warsaw. I believe he's getting his PhD there. Yeah.
But he coaches UTRGV. Wow, I did not know that.
Yeah. So this season Warsaw didn't come back, unfortunately. But Bartek is now leading his team at Texas against UChicago. So it's kind of like a finals rematch. Bartek was a player last season, and now he's back in the finals as a coach.
Interesting. Yeah, I know he's been with UTRGV for a while. I played them once in like some Chicago Open, but it's yeah, I know they always like have a very strong field of players, and they're one of the main contenders between the St. Louis teams and the other Texas teams as well.
Yeah. So speaking of the Missouri teams, Texas beat Mizzou to make it here in the semifinals. That was a very close match, 8.5 to 7.5. Just Texas with a huge comeback win. Actually, Mizzou was up 3.5 to 1/2 after the first round. And Chicago, similarly beating Yale to make it here, 8.5 to 7.5. So both these teams, they've earned their spot here in the finals, and I'm really excited. We're watching a Wonder Liang right now from Chicago, who's their board 1, 2900 Grandmaster, going up against Funo, who is Victor Gajic, board 4 from Texas. What do you like so far about a Wonder's position?
Well, I like the fact that he played a normal opening, because I was watching some of the games of past weeks, and like he was really messing around. I think it may have been last week, just playing all these nonsense openings like A4, H4,
yeah,
etc.
I think in the quarterfinals, like he did play a lot of H4, A4 things, but in the semifinals against Yale, every single game he started with white was with knight H3, and with black it was knight A6.
That's crazy. But it goes to show like the chess is not usually determined in the opening. So even at higher levels, you can sometimes get away with playing complete garbage.
So yeah, he went 3-0 against Yale. His opening only failing to Nicholas Cheka. But yeah, like you said, he's playing a normal opening for once. This is quite unorthodox for the Chicago board 1.
Yeah, it came from a Caro Khan, and he's getting pretty much exactly what he wants. Like very nice positional game, with a lot of potential to play for a win with the black pieces. It seems like white's in a spot where there's no clear plan. And meanwhile, black is going to prepare this b4 break on the queen side.
I was
Knight's coming to
wondering.
f5 eventually.
So I guess there was never bishop takes h4 because of this bishop f1 idea. But yeah,
The tactics didn't quite work there.
when's a good time for b4? Like, what exactly needs to be prepped for this?
I think black will probably play a5 at some point. Now there's no rush. Like, I wonder might consider maneuvering the knight for a bit, like knight g8, knight e7, perhaps get the knight like all the way to c4. You can imagine it's kind of like a maze, but if you maneuver to e7, then c8, then b6, then either c4 or a4.
Do you think there's
It looks like that's what
concern
he's going for.
for bishop a6?
If black ever plays b4.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one thing you have to be aware of, especially with the queen on a6. You don't
Well,
want
now,
you don't want to see bishop captures a6.
Okay. Well,
I like what he's doing, like just very methodical maneuvering, and white's just kind of sitting around waiting for black's breakthrough.
and he's also playing very quickly, which is another I wonder classic. But it looks like white's they're really putting up a strong defense. They have the bishop pair. But they are shuffling a little bit. This gives a wonder,
It's a lot of shuffling, but black is doing the more productive shuffling.
Yeah.
Like black's actually optimizing the pieces.
This knight on a5 came all the way from h6. So, and white's position hasn't really changed much, right? So black's making some.
It's a great example of like a closed position. Is you have a lot of time to maneuver when there's no clear pawn breaks for the opponent. And here we see knight c4, and like there's already some pressure against a3.
Can we take on the a pawn, a3? There it is.
f5 was played really quickly there. Like f5 almost seemed like a pre-move. I'm wondering if it was some sort of mouse slip.
Well, looks like a wonder should be breaking through.
Yeah, the rooks can double on the b file. Rook c b8, and I mean white's gonna have to play bishop c1.
Computer saying it's forced mate.
It's forced mate.
Bishop takes
after rooks. Oh, bishop b2.
Oh, and he plays
I wonder finds it too.
He's going for it. The queen's
gonna come in. And the king is left completely naked.
Wow.
Rook b2 coming.
What a game from a wonder, and he makes it look so easy. Look at that. He makes it look so easy against Victor Godric, very strong player from Texas. So Chicago starting off with a point. Maybe we look at Texas top board, Camille Dragoon, who's drags 95, and see how he's doing. So he's playing against Wishinzug, who is Christoph Eichinger, who is actually a substitute on board 4 for UChicago. They unfortunately are missing, I believe it's FIDE Master Kapil Chandran, who you might have played. You played against the UChicago team in a tournament.
I had an event with them last week. We had the UChicago versus Eric Rosen arena, where I tried to take them all down in a like 2-hour arena tournament. And I don't know if I want to spoil the result, but they have some pretty strong players, and yeah, it's not easy playing against a strong team like that.
So yeah, UChicago playing against I Am Rosen, and now they're playing against UTRGV. So looks like they've had some exciting events this last week or two. But yeah, looks like white has these really strong bishops and like the past A and B pawns. So
yeah, a few moves ago I was liking black's position with like a couple knights in white's territory, but it looks like white is neutralized well, and like these outside pass pawns on the queen side are giving both rooks some clear worries.
So technically, black is up in exchange, but yeah, what do you do about the A and B pawns?
You cry, and then you probably just let one of them promote, and then you lose. Like this should be completely winning for white. It's just a
Wait, knight
matter
takes
of time
c4?
situation and also not blundering a bishop.
No.
Oh, it's kind
Oh,
of
and now he's
sad.
giving up the queen. What?
Wait, is there a7 here?
I don't know what's happening, but there's no way.
A7 looks kind of funny, but yeah, now
There's
it's
no
winning
way
for black.
taking works.
Yeah,
Ugh. So Zwischenzug is gonna go down. It
I,
looks
I
very
I may have
promising.
cursed him there. It's the position looks so good for white. It's just
Oh,
a matter of holding on to the pieces.
so we have one game left, but we missed Baratza versus Praveen. So Praveen, the board two from Chicago, their
Going
second
down.
grandmaster, and yeah, losing to Baratza. That's a big point for Texas. So Baratza won an exchange and was able to convert.
And
So
final game of the round is Will Greif against.
yeah,
Wait a minute, black's about to flag
they only had 1 second when they made that move, and Greif is under 10 seconds.
left,
But
but it
Greif
looks
is
like white
also
has really good winning chances. More active king, starts scooping the pawns.
take on h5. Yeah, past h pawn. King
Don't
g.
flag. Okay, now the
Either
h
side.
pawn's ready to run.
Can we take that pawn? No,
But
we're gonna
black
get
is ready at
forked.
95, so don't get forked.
Okay, bishop bag. No time. 2.4 seconds.
Neither side has
And
time.
now the h pawn's running.
Black
He flags
losing
him.
on time, but
So
also losing in the position to.
huge point for Greif taking
Nice
down
game from
board two.
Will.
Yeah, and that ties things up at 2 points apiece.
2-2.
All right, now we have
Next game's
a
already
Wonder
underway.
versus Baratza. Let's see. Can a Wonder avenge his board two teammate Praveen and take down Baratza?
We're seeing a mainline dragon.
Opposite side castles, d5.
This d5 line, it's very theoretical. Like, theory goes on for at least 10 to 15 more moves here. It's been a while since I've looked at this.
And now
I'm not sure if king b1 is like a mainline or sideline.
King b1, and this is Baratza's first main thing. Okay, so he takes here. How do you take back?
I mean, bishop looks pretty intuitive. But taking with queen... I mean, if you take with queen, you allow knight takes e4. So I think you have to take with bishop.
The computer likes e5, not taking anything.
e5. That's a hard move to consider.
So Wonder does take back with the bishop.
Yeah, the issue is now black is getting this preferable structure. And white has isolated e-pawn. But sometimes isolated pawns they can be a strength or a weakness and a strength. Like it's potentially weak, but it does control more space in the center. And there's potential for e5 for a wonder.
Yeah, so they're both slowing down. They played the opening pretty fast, but if they made it here, I don't know if white would ever take the knight on f6. Probably not. And also like e5 is a move, but it also kind of weakens that pawn. No, I feel like black could win it after the knight moves.
And e5 is very committal. It's not the type of move you want to play if it's not like really good for you. I mean, the natural move looks like bishop c4 here. Just develop the bishop, and then life goes on.
Yeah, open up the f file maybe for a rook.
I imagine a wonder might be considering e5 because it's pretty concrete, like e5. Because if knight d7, there might be e6 possibilities.
Yeah, that's sharp.
And then knight d5 could also get kind of sharp.
But what if knight to g4?
E5, knight g4. Yeah, actually, then the pawn is attacked 3 times.
Yeah,
and
we don't have this e6 idea either. So he just goes
okay, bishop c4.
Yeah, the most logical, I think, like you were saying. Okay, now the rook is hit. So black developing with tempo. Okay, so funny enough, now it likes e5.
E5 again.
Which is
Because
wild.
bishop d1, ef6, and yeah, white's actually winning material in that line.
Hmm.
Wonder's taking time here. Like, I think a lot of players would just very quickly play rook de1,
Or like
but
f1.
or rook df1, yeah. But I imagine a Wonder is at least considering e5. It's just complicated because knight d7, and I mean, there's a lot of pressure still against the pawn.
Ah, so he does play rook de1. But surely he was looking. He was sniffing out something.
I mean, e5, it's still going to be on the horizon, and generally, black never wants to play e5 in these dragon positions, which just blocks black's own bishop on g7.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, like, if I had to choose a side here, I think it's still easier to play for white.
What I like
The
is
king is very safe.
I like that now that the bishop's on g4, it's kind of like a target, and that's gonna help white advance the g and h pawns.
Yeah, white can
Oh,
get some momentum on the king side.
so now we do
e5
have
played very quickly.
e5.
So now there's no knight g4 because the bishop's on g4. It doesn't look like knight d5 should work, but maybe black's considering it.
Knight d5, taking
Because
advantage of the pin.
white's knight is pinned, yeah. Well, maybe knight d5 is playable. But knight d7 played.
Knight
Okay,
back.
safer looking move.
And yeah, now like I said, I want to attack this bishop on g4.
Yeah, and given the knight blocks the bishop from retreating all the way. Like, there's cases where, imagine like h3, bishop f5, g4, and the bishop might have to go back to e6.
Yeah, and you don't really want to give g4 with tempo either, because white, I think eventually the idea is to go h4, h5. Um, oh,
Wonder
he's
plays
going with
e6. This is the
e6
other
right
like main
away.
candidate move.
So he's opening up the bishops.
And it's about to get really spicy because black has some counterplay on the d file. You can just find a square for the knight to pin white's bishop.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm wondering if knight b6 here is just an option to attack both bishops.
Well, maybe knight b6, maybe just bishop takes
But
b6.
then, or even ef7, force the king to h8 and take with check.
True. That's a strong idea.
Yeah, it's a very tactical position, but it seems like white's pieces are just in better place, so that when there are like tactical complications, white should be in better shape when things get messy.
Yeah, I think white has a safer king because black doesn't really have. Wow, and I wonder had e takes f7 on
You
pre-move.
pre-move that? That's so funny.
He was prepared.
But it's a forcing move.
But okay, knight e5. So the bishop on c4 is hit. Also, the knight does defend f7. So either the king has to move, or the rook, or the knight has to take. And probably you don't want to take with the rook. So knight takes.
Okay, so how does white resolve the pin?
That is a fantastic question. Uh, hmm.
Yeah, like there's not too many moves because your knight is also pinned to the queen. There's
Yeah,
rook
there's
e4,
rook
but bishop
e4,
f5. Okay, rook e4 played.
and now bishop f5, and then
It looks a little bit uncomfortable for white.
our rook has
Or
to.
very uncomfortable for white.
Maybe a little too sharp for a wonder.
Yeah, he might have to give away the exchange here. A move like queen e3 and try and get counterplay.
So yeah, 95 is a nice find from Baratza, and we're seeing white had the better piece placement, but black has all the pins working in their favor.
It's amazing how momentum can shift. Like for a few moves, white was making all the threats, but now it's black just putting on all the pressure.
Now bishop takes e4. I guess we have to take on g7.
You take on g7, it's still a game. Like white's gonna have some potential to attack on the king side.
Can we take on c2 check first?
That's a nice in between move.
Just add, get a little extra value. Yeah, we see it.
Yeah, why not?
And now take. So Baratza is up in exchange against a wonder. Both kings have stepped up, but now it's white that I think is in
King
trouble.
b3.
Oh, king b3.
King is really stepping up here. But the crazy thing is, the king is actually kind of safe on b3. Black has no immediate checks, and white's threatening rook f1.
Rook f1's looking
A
super
massive like skewer
strong.
pin.
Maybe black has rook d7.
Rook d7 looks like a very nice kind of neutralizing move.
There it is.
Get the queen out of there.
And yeah, both players with about a minute.
Yeah, as white, you don't want to trade queens. Like it's your only hope to create some chances.
Create complications. I want to look really quickly at Praveen's game. He has Victor Gajic under 30 seconds. So Praveen's looking to bounce back after his round 1 loss.
Yeah, his position looks nice, but this f6 move makes things a bit tricky.
He takes.
The d4 is a bit of a target.
Yeah, this king on d7 doesn't look too great, but also white's pieces are all in the back rank still. Whoa!
Wow, 96.
Whoa.
96 is such a nice move.
If queen takes,
defending d4, and yeah, if queen takes, bishop g4.
And if king takes, we have queen
and
takes
queen c6.
And Victor's so low on time.
And he saw that so quick. He probably saw that when he played queen c3.
Wow. Okay, so pawn
Well, that's
to
a clutch,
h5.
clutch game for Chicago.
And now, now black's threatening queen takes, but now there goes the d pawn.
It's still
Can we go bishop b2?
Bishop b2 is interesting because the knights got traded, then white's forking the knight and rook in the end. But there's rook b8 in the very end.
Wow. Okay. Now Praveen's under a minute.
Okay, he goes for bishop b2. I think we're going to see this sort of simplification with rook b8.
Rook b8.
And
bishop
material's
c2.
equal, but white has a bishop pair. More pleasant structure, time advantage. It should be winning for white. At least very good winning chances.
Rook c1 looks really strong. Okay, rook here.
I get the open file. Not caring about the a3 pawn. Rook is ready to come in.
Oh, we have 2 results. So the top 2 boards.
UTRGV winning top 2.
Yeah, so Dragoon is 2 for 2, and Armin McCallion gets their first point, and now it's up to Chicago's top 2 boards. I wonder, very low on time. He's still down the exchange.
Kings were traded too, but the king is stepping up even further.
1 second for a wonder. Wait, is he self-pinning? Wait.
Oh no! Yeah, the bishop's pinned. Knight d8 is such a nice move.
Bratza
because it
down a wonder.
Unleashes a pin on the 6th rank.
Yeah, that was rough for a wonder, and now it's up to Praveen.
Bishop c5, winning material.
Nice.
Removing the defender and defending the rook.
Yep, so he's up a bishop, and Praveen should be able to win this. That avoids the sweep and gets Praveen on the his first win. But the damage is done. UTRGV is up by 2 now, going into round 3.
Yeah, so Chicago 2-point deficit.
Yeah, so they went on their top 3 boards Victor Gajic, only player from Texas without any points. In Chicago, meanwhile, they only have 1 point each on their top 3 boards. So yeah, this is gonna be a big next 2 rounds for both these teams. Texas is gonna try to hold on to their advantage. Chicago has to come back. Can they defend their title from last season, or are we gonna have a new victor?
I will see very soon. I mean, 2 point difference, still anything can happen, especially towards the end of a match like this. There's going to be a lot of pressure on the line. There's a lot of money on the line too, right? Like a few
Yes.
$1,000s.
Yes, so both these teams, they've already clinched 2,000, but the winner gets an extra 3,000 for a total of $5,000.
Yeah, that's a lot to play for,
So
especially as a college student.
that's a lot of money for these clubs. That'll help pay for a Pan Am trip,
Definitely.
or just general funding for their club. But yeah, I'm looking at these. We got the top 2 grandmasters now going at it in rounds 3 and 4. We have A Wonder versus Armin Mikhailian, and we have Praveen versus Camille Dragoon. These are big. These are big games.
It's interesting. A Wonder played E4 in that previous game. We saw he had the white side of a Dragon Sicilian, and now he's playing D4 on move 1 and getting some semi-Slav.
Yeah, so he's giving up an early pawn, but he's gonna try to get it back on c4.
Yeah, it's an interesting move order for Black to. It's kind of like a delayed Queen's Gambit accepted, but Black spent an extra tempi playing c6 and then c5. But perhaps it's justified because the white queen on c2 is not super well placed in these sort of structures. But this might be theory. It's an opening I have not played for either side.
So yeah, looks like A Wonder's just gonna take back on c4 and get castle at kingside, and meanwhile Black probably gonna develop their dark square bishop and try to get castled as well. Praveen or sorry, A Wonder up on time. But his knight on d4 is hit.
Yeah, he's actually up a ton of time. Like the first 10 moves, and Black has used a minute and a half.
I wonder if Black could have taken on d4 and maybe still.
Yeah, actually, that's a good question. Can Black just snag the pawn in this position? You'd imagine there's counterplay for White. Like White already has a bishop pair. But knight takes d4. I assume bishop takes d4 and bishop b5 check was the idea.
Now rook d1. Well, Mikhailian doesn't take, just castles calmly.
We see an isolated pawn position where this idea for Black that he just played knight b4 and then knight bd5. It's so typical in these structures, just to blockade the IQP with the knight and then develop the bishop to b7. And yeah, it looks like Black is getting a comfortable position going into the middle game.
Yeah, really dominating the d5 square. So
yeah, it's one of the most important squares to control when you're playing against the IQP. But at the same time, like A Wonder does control more space, and we've seen this before with isolated pawn. And there might be some ideas for White to attack on the king side. I like bishop g5 and preparing
knight e4.
Yeah, the migration of minors to the king side.
So the threat is to take on d5 and then take on f6, doubling Black's pawns. Right?
Yeah, I'm just wondering about queen takes d5 in that line. Because there's some issue with g2. But it's definitely something White would like to achieve at some point.
Queen takes d5 is really nice because that pins the knight to the g2 square, which would be mate. Oh,
here we see knight f4.
Knight comes
and
out.
This might just be a fancy way of forcing trades.
Yeah, if knight takes on f6, black can take back with the queen, right?
Queen f6. Yeah, it's crazy to even consider. And if white takes on f4 with the bishop, then black can take on e4 with knight or bishop. And generally, the side playing against isolated pawn prefers trades, because the more minor pieces that trade off the board, the weaker the pawn becomes,
So knight
and the
takes.
less attacking chances white will have.
So here black has this
So queen
awesome move,
f6.
queen f6, and now white goes queen g4. So getting the queen out of threat, leaving both of black's pieces under threat. So
Wait, how does black not lose a piece here? Queen g4
uh
just winning a piece?
I think black has queen g6 and the bishop on g5 is pinned to g2.
H6 in the end. Wow. I don't think he saw this. If he saw this, he'd play queen g6. Okay, he finds it though. H6
So now
comes.
h6 and now h4. So he gets the
No
piece
wonder what's
back.
hating this.
He gets the piece back, but for a pawn.
But
So
after all said and done, white is up a pawn.
and now the H file
That
has
was a cool
opened.
sequence.
I'm wondering if white can swing a rook in really quick with like
Yeah,
a
rook
rook
d3, rook
d3.
h3.
Yeah.
Combine that with queen h4 and mate.
And bishop d3 is nice. Bishop d3, can we maybe just play like g6? Might be dangerous, but
Yeah, you have to be careful opening that file. But I like rook e1. Just calmly prepare this rook e3, rook h3, rook lift.
actually that threatens to win the queen, right?
Yeah, black's queen is on the verge of getting trapped. Not to
Maybe
mention all the mating ideas on the H file eventually.
black might need to play like f6 right now.
Yeah, f6 is so ugly though. Because f6, g6, and
g6.
it opens up a whole world of mating patterns.
Yeah, now Mikhailian's under a minute. He does play
f6 is played.
f6. This also hangs the e6 pawn.
Yeah, I think black would like to trade like e6 for g5 and try and fight. It seems like a wonder has a few nice looking options. Does take on e6.
Okay. So now take on g5, and what's a wonder's follow-up?
F takes g5 or queen g5?
Either.
Queen g5, I guess.
So yeah, trying to get the queens off, which makes sense. Is there queen h2 here?
Definitely a candidate move.
Oh, he just trades. But now maybe rook g6? Rook d1.
Plays rook d1.
Maybe he's just trying to get ready to push that d pawn.
Yeah, it's tricky. Like when the game was so sharp for a few moves, and then like everything is simplified a bit, and now it's turning into a positional endgame. Sometimes you have to reset and figure out what's most important. I really like bishop a6. Force a rook away and get your d rook defending the d pawn. A7 just hanging.
Yeah, a7 was also hanging the last move. No wonder plays bishop a6 first. And now black's trying to trade this rook off.
He has a lot of time to just savor his position and try and find the best continuation.
Yeah, Praveen's also up a lot of time against Camille. But looks like Camille is up a pawn.
That game is super, super sharp.
Yeah, we have another opposite side castles, and Praveen's just trying to pry open Camille's king here with the move b5. So knight takes b5.
Yeah, actually, all the games, there's like one player in severe time pressure, and then the other player has like 1 to 2 minutes extra. Like every game, there's a huge time disparity.
Yeah, I see Will. Will is
So
under a
it's
minute to
hard
Funo.
to know which game to look at.
Barat's a very long time against Zwischenzug. But Zwischenzug's king's stuck in the center. Yeah, I guess we got to stick to a wonders game. So Okay, we
Yeah,
have
we do have a
okay
development. Bishop
7,
g2 is played.
bishop g2. Now they're trading rooks.
A lot of things
Bishop
unfolding
check.
here.
Oof.
White's still up a pawn.
I
Has the
wonder.
pass d pawn.
I wonder could get some mating ideas if the
Yeah.
rook ever leaves the back rank.
Both sides have to be careful with the safety of their king, because black wants to play bishop f3.
Yeah.
Bishop f3, maybe just d6.
Now bishop e6. Oh,
And he's allowing rook e1, king h2, but the king can try and escape. It's risky, though.
so the king makes it to g3. And
Rook e7 here, perhaps.
ooh,
Just neutralize the e-file. And then there's no rook c8, because bishop controls c8.
there it is.
I wonder if rook h8 is playable. Followed by king g5.
Ooh,
But it
that's
doesn't work. There's too much for white.
wait, why doesn't it work?
Because some rook g7 check, I think, or d7 in the end.
D7 right now. Boom. And rook e8's the
Oh
threat.
no, my bishop.
2 seconds. 1 second. He's
Yeah,
gonna flag.
it's
2.5.
losing.
Rook check. That's a fork.
Good game.
And lose.
Nice conversion from a wonder.
So Wonder gets back on track. How's Praveen doing? So Wonder,
Wow, he's gonna get both rooks to the 7th. But it's still tricky.
now he can
Because
take
black's
on
defending
G7.
a7.
And black's also gonna go to F2.
I think white can get away with taking on g7 here.
Take on G7.
And then
rook
if
takes
rook
F2.
f takes f2, there's rook a7.
Ah. But maybe that's
I
just a
think
draw.
we're gonna see this play out. Drags offers a draw,
Rook takes.
but rook a7. Now, is this actually winning for white? Because it's a race to like, it's one of these weird endgame puzzles.
Yeah, Praveen's king looks a lot closer.
Black has h4 at the right moment, but I think it's just
Oh,
winning for
king
white.
b8 is the only move. If you trade
King
rooks, it was
b8.
winning for white. And so he finds it.
Yeah, they're gonna get into some theoretical rook ending. White is gonna win the h pawn at some point.
So, okay, take on a2, take on a2. Can we go rook g5?
Yeah, and white. Well, rook g5 allows h4.
Yeah, h4, g4.
Ooh, we could very well see this play out.
Okay.
The
so
problem
who's
is
this
white's
up?
king is cut off.
Yes.
And this should be a theoretical draw, but white's still gonna try and play on.
Maybe we look at Funo versus Will. We had Baratza win, so they're
Sure.
3 out of 3, a huge point earner for Texas on board 3.
It looks like Will has a winning position.
So yeah, Will.
He's up a piece for 3 pawns, but extra piece. And now, okay, winning h2. Still not over though.
Oh, he's gonna take on g4.
Rook f3 is playable. He's considering rook f3.
Oh, he's holding on
Nice
to the h
move.
pawn. And now
But is
rook
it a nice
g3.
move?
Wait, but now white's running.
Yeah, he had rook e3 there too with a fork.
King h7.
This is still tricky.
Now the h pawn runs.
No, the h pawn is gonna run. Just don't flag.
Check first. 2 seconds for Victor. Praveen and Dragoon drew. Can we take
Okay,
on
I
e3?
think that was expected.
Check and then promote. So
Good game from Will
making things close.
coming in big.
So Dragoon and Praveen draw, and that actually brings Chicago back within 1.
Yeah, that was 2.5, 1.5.
So that's a big round for Chicago, cutting the deficit in half, and now it's all down to the final round, round 4. And interestingly, both board fours are 0 for 3, so that's going to be a big match to see if like who's going to get some points on that one. And now we have a Wonder versus Camille, the top 2 boards from each school. A Wonder perfectly at 2,900 after that last win.
Nice rating.
Yep, against Dragoon at 2,809.
Yeah, he's the only 2900 now in among the players in this match. We'll see if he can preserve his rating.
Yeah, he started at 2900. I think he lost to, who was it? Maybe Baratza. Yeah, Baratza is a perfect
Ah, that
3 out
dragon
of
game.
3. All right, so let's see. Looks
So I
like,
see a Wonder playing Dragoon, and then Will Grafe just started against Sparazzi.
yeah, we have a closed Sicilian on that one.
I know Will likes to play these kind of tricky Grand Prix attack style lines. I actually play this myself as white.
Mm.
Um,
Do you take
yeah,
right away on c6?
I do. That's one of the points of Bishop E5. If black allows you, you just take double the pawns and then play a Grand Prix setup. I usually like to play F4. F4 Knight F3 is my go-to setup. Will may be considering some alternatives.
F4. But yeah, Baratza, he's been flawless so far. 3 for 3, so this is going to be a big game. Baratza obviously going to try to go for the sweep. Greif going to try to stop and prevent him from doing that. We also have Praveen versus Mikhailian. Another Grandmaster versus Grandmaster matchup. It's a big one. Looks like Praveen's got this bishop on c8 that might struggle to get into the game.
That's usually one of the downsides of playing the semi-Slav, is light squared bishop for black. And the long-term idea is to play some a6, bishop b7, c5. But it's easier said than done.
Yeah, I like the structure for white a lot. I like having the e4 square for either the bishop or the knight. Like definitely the
Yeah,
knight.
especially the knight. Like knight
Yeah.
e4 coming very soon, and then d6 is incredible hole in black's position.
The bishop now sort of develops to b7, right? And like you said,
Yeah,
going for
it'll be
c5.
happy if the c pawn can somehow advance to c5.
Yeah, so yeah, Mikhailian with the white piece is looking good against Praveen. We got to keep an eye on a Wonder though. What's happening here?
Yeah, it started as a slow Italian, but now it's just a crazy something on the king side. White's queen invading.
Wow.
I mean, the Wonder is up a minute.
Um, can we go? Oh, I was gonna say rook e7, but maybe there's knight f5.
Yeah, the king tucks away on g7, so knight f5 is less dangerous.
But
And for
now,
the time being, white is up a couple pawns now. Maybe just one pawn temporarily, but seems like a lot of pawns are about to fall from the board.
okay, there's queen b7 attacking the knight on c6. Black is threatening to take twice on h4, so the knight comes back with tempo on the queen, so the queen steps back. But again, there's queen b7.
Yeah, it looks like almost all of black's pawns on the queen side are just falling. And white has a really solid setup on the king side. So I'm not seeing where black's compensation is here.
Yeah, this is looking dangerous even for a Wonder standards. So now the
But I
knight's
wonder is
coming in.
just gonna throw the kitchen sink at his opponent, like knight e5, and probably throw the h pawn at some point, knight g5 on the horizon. Because as black, all you can do is try and attack, and if it works, maybe you'll win. If it doesn't work, you'll be down a bunch of pawns and then lose in the endgame.
All right, so trading on
Trade of
e5.
knights.
Oh my god,
Knight
he's playing
g5 played
so
so
fast.
quickly.
I know, it's so scary.
I mean, he's trying to use the clock as a weapon here too, but e5 falls with check.
Oh, and he had a
Queen
pre-move.
d5.
A
That's not looking
Wonder.
good for black
No.
pieces. White is up. I can't even count this high. White's up 4 pawns.
I mean, it's a high number for sure.
Oh, but he's running knight f3,
Oh,
which doesn't really do much, but it's kind of funny. Like if rook
if
e1,
rook
knight
e1,
f3.
yeah. But no.
Rook d1. So knight f3, there's probably like just king h1, and that'll be that.
Oh, I'm so sad. I wonder it played so fast. But now,
Something went wrong at some point in the middle game. Probably at the point where all the pawns started vanishing.
okay, maybe I wonder gets a back rank mate.
Knight f3. Ah, there's knight h2. Oh, but then queen h8 mate.
Oh, he takes the bishop, but this can't be. This can't be good.
White's gonna win this. There's
Yeah.
too many pawns. But who knows? Maybe queen b1 will be missed at some point.
Missing queen b1 or rook f1. Trade the rooks off. Check.
You know what he could try? He could try this stalemate trap,
The Rosen.
which I taught them last week. Actually, I was teaching the UChicago team. They were asking me like, how does this dirty stalemate trap work?
He's got to.
The point is, he's gonna put his queen on f7, and then put his king on g8. I don't like king g6.
He needs to play h4. Get rid of the pawn move.
Yeah, he has to play h4 to create the
He
stalemate.
could also maybe try to
chances.
go for some sort of perpetual.
The problem is with the queen on c7,
Oh,
it can't be achieved because the king stands on h2.
he's going for mate.
Got the mating attack in the endgame.
He just resigns.
No.
He doesn't even go for stalemate. So that's
I'm kind of sad.
that's a big point for.
But good game
Criminal.
for Dragoon. Like,
Yeah.
just played very cleanly, took all the pawns.
So now how's Praveen doing? Texas only needs 1 point here. Chicago needs to win out. They can afford a draw, but that's it.
Yeah, they need 2.5 to tie the match.
Is there anything else going on? Maybe we look at Funo versus Zwishen's.
Yeah, we haven't looked at too much of Funo's and Zwischenzug's games.
Yeah, they've been.
I mean, the game could be, or the match could be decided by this game, actually, because Funo is overloading the knight on d2. But knight c4 attacking all of Black's major pieces. That's a funny move.
So,
unfortunately, it just loses material, I think.
Oh, no. So there goes the queen.
I mean, White does have a couple rooks, but it's a couple rooks for queen and knight. And Black has the initiative here. And if Funo wins this game, the match is over.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Chicago. They tried to come back in the third round, but this fourth round, I mean, when a wonder goes down, that's not good for the Chicago team.
I'm looking at the other games here. Praveen is still playing. Looks like he might actually have the upper hand because White has some pawn weakness on e5.
King goes, it's opposite color bishop, but lots of pawns and the queens. Also, bishop takes on e5. Oh. Okay, so taking this way.
Queen e5. So blocks up a pawn, but it's not easy to win this with opposite color bishops and queen still on the board.
Yeah, g6 is hanging right now. The queen defends. b2 is defended. The king is trying to get up to h6 to get out of the pen, I think. How's Will doing against Rockley?
Yeah, that was the Grand Prix attack. Queens were traded at some point. And some interesting pawn structure. Looks like Will's up a pawn, if I can count correctly.
Yeah, I use the pieces underneath their names as as
Yeah,
a
I
quick.
like I almost never look at them. I always forget like it will actually tell you the material imbalance. I just try and look at what's on the board.
I'm lazy.
Yeah, the
Uh
thing is, like in over the board tournament chess, it's sometimes more difficult to look at what's off the board than what's on the board.
um all right. So, yeah, Will's looking good. He's up a pawn, but yeah, I agree with you. I think it's all going to come down to Funo. Um
Looks like Praveen is on his way to draw. It's up a
Bi-
pawn, but pretty dry off the color bishop ending.
Bishop takes g2 is a sharp move from Funo. The point is, if king takes, there's
Ooh,
queen b7 fork.
tactics.
I would try it and then maybe try rook c6 and see if black
Hope for the
pre-moves
pre-move.
queen c8. Yeah, why not?
Yeah, I gotta consider the dirtiness here.
Go for it.
Is he gonna play rook c6?
Yeah, he
Hey, he
did,
played it.
but he doesn't
Black
fall
doesn't
for it.
pre-move.
No, it was a try.
GG.
So with that, Victor's first and only point of the match, and that is enough to win for
Jinx.
Texas. So Texas earning their first ever championship match, as well as the $5,000, taking down UChicago. So there's not going to be a repeat.
No repeats, no playoff.
So
Still a couple games going.
yeah, we have 2 games left. We have Will versus Baratza trying to prevent Baratza from sweeping. And we have Mikhailian versus Praveen. That's a draw there with the opposite color bishops. So yeah, UTRGV, they complete the perfect season. They swept the regular season and they're undefeated here in playoffs. So that, I believe,
Wow.
brings them to 10 out of 10. Perfect score.
So well deserving champions then. But kudos to you, Chicago, like having some exciting games. But yeah, UTRGV proved to be very strong today.
Yeah, and it is unfortunate that Chicago was missing Kapil on board 4. It would have been definitely a closer match with another titled player on the board. But yeah, props to them and congrats again to Texas taking home their first title. Hope to see both these teams back. But yeah, their journey to the finals was very impressive with their wins. Both these teams in semifinals. UTRGV just barely beating Mizzou, and Chicago just barely beating Yale, both on the final game. So it looks like Will's promoting, and he's gonna take down Baratza here.
That looks like a very clean conversion.
Yeah.
No chances for the black pieces.
So Will goes 3 out of 4, and the final
Good
score
day
is
for Will.
9-7. Really close. But yeah, Texas just barely
fight.
getting the edge out. So congrats again to Texas, the Collegiate Chess League's 4th season champion, taking home $5,000 and completing the perfect season, 10-0. Awesome stuff from them. And Bartek as a coach getting revenge over the UChicago team from last season.
Yeah, on a slightly different team, but yeah, congrats to the players, congrats to Bartek. I see some UTRGV fans in the chat, also Will Grave in the chat. Yeah, it's been fun to watch these games.
Yeah, and we have one final match left for today, so we're gonna take a quick 5-minute break. We will be back with the Division 4 third place match between University of Toronto and Duke's C team. So stick around for that. We'll be right back. Hello and welcome back, everyone. We've got a Division 4 third place match here between the University of Toronto and Duke University's C team. I'm Joe Lee, the commissioner of the Collegiate Chess League, and I am joined once again by International Master Eric Rosen.
Yo, yo, yo. It's good to be back. One more match.
Yeah, so we have one last match for today. Division 4 third place. So we will watch the Division 4 finals tomorrow. So we have another 4 matches to watch starting at 9 a.m. Pacific. But for now, this is the fourth and final match of today. We just finished watching UChicago get defeated by the University of Texas at Rio Grande Valley for the Division 1 finals. And yeah, that's the end of the season for them, and this is the last match of the season for these two teams. What do you know about University of Toronto, Eric? Do you know anything special about their chess
I'm
club?
looking through their player list, and I'll admit I'm not familiar with any of their players. And I never actually got to visit the city of Toronto, but I know like the chess culture in Toronto is better than other cities. Like there's a few chess clubs there, and I'd love to visit at some point.
Didn't the Chess
But
Bros move to Toronto recently?
I think they did actually. Yeah, they were based. I mean, previously they were based in Montreal, then Calgary. I mean, they've been moving around a lot, but I'm pretty sure they did move their headquarters to Toronto.
Yeah, I know Toronto has a strong chess club. I think we've seen a couple streamers go to Toronto. Definitely Nemo comes to mind. Also, Little Plotkin is another really strong player from Toronto. Neither of
Yeah,
them are
international
playing.
master Lil Flockin.
Yeah, he's super strong. I tried recruiting them a season or two ago.
Mm.
Plotkin, I think, is probably graduated by now. And Nemo, obviously super busy with the streaming. She seems to be all over the place. She was in New York the other day.
I saw that. Yeah, hustling the hustlers
Yeah,
in the park.
yeah. Actually, there was a player from the Collegiate Chess League that went and played them. One of the top boards from Northeastern, who's also a streamer,
Mm.
whose username is BK Chess. His name's Jacob. He was there. I saw he played against Anna Cramling, who was also there. So,
And it's a place to be for content, I guess.
yeah, lots of streamers in New York, going from all over the world to go. Some people from Toronto, someone from Boston, others from Sweden. I think Anna Cramling's from. So, but yeah, here we have Toronto versus Duke. So right now for Division 4 third place, the prize is $300, and for fourth place is $200. How did these teams get here? So Duke lost to the number 1 seed Université de Franche-Comté, another international school who we will be watching tomorrow playing the Division 4 finals against University of Illinois, who's their B team. So Duke lost to France, and then Toronto had a thrilling overtime loss to University of Illinois, 9-11.
Wow.
So that was really close. But yeah, so Duke is, I guess, technically the favorite. They're the number 5 seed, and Toronto's the number 7 seed. But Toronto had such a close game against Illinois, who's the number 3 seed. So this should be a really close match. Right now, I'm looking at Elon Wang versus Karkar.
Yeah, I've been scanning the games. I see 3 like really solid openings, and then one like crazy position that stemmed from like a super sharp opening. If you see the game, MJ Co
Yeah, versus
against
Chmixter.
yeah,
Yeah. So that is
some of these names.
Nick Pestov versus Mark Kolodenko. So
And the position they have came from a Bothnic Semislav, which is one of the most like crazy sharp openings in chess. Ton of theory. Looks like they blitzed out some theoretical line, like at least 20 moves of theory. And now
Wow.
they're getting some structure. White has a passed pawn, very close to promoting on e7, but looks like it's about to fall. And both kings are a target. I'd have to say I would probably prefer white here, just with the safer king. More kingside pawns.
Yeah, that's really interesting. So black has a knight, but white has 3 pawns in front of their king.
That's actually a good point. Yeah, black is up a knight here. But yeah, anything can happen really.
I was
This
wondering
is
if
an
you could
opening
play.
I've never had the courage to play with either side.
Could you
There's just so
play?
much theory.
Is Queen D6 a move or no?
Queen d6 is legal. Actually, it looks kind of strong. Threatening queen c6.
Yeah. It's not even a one of the recommended moves by the computer though, so I have no idea
Yeah,
if
I
it's
wonder if black can somehow induce some trade like queen d6, queen f6 there.
it's here. Now there's Queen A6 check.
Yeah, white would love to like open the queen side somehow. Eventually take on b4. That's a question how white can get the rook into the attack.
Yeah, I want to take on B4, but like white can't really even play C4 though, because queen takes C4.
Yeah, it looks like white's ready to take on b4 next move. And then just keep opening the files. And now black is in some predicament. I mean, there's 2 legal moves, and black is taking time here. The more obvious move is king b8, defending the a7 pawn. But of course, when you play king
Oh,
b8, you're aligning with a rook.
but you're also allowing for Queen D6 check. And if the king goes to defend the
Ooh,
knight, there's Queen C6 winning the
good
knight.
point.
So the king
Very good
wisely
point.
steps up to C7, but now there's Queen A7 check.
Yeah, white can scoop up the pawn with check. Rook d1 coming very soon.
Oh my goodness. But then black can take on E7, defending the knight on D7. So I have absolutely no
Yeah,
idea what's happening in this game.
the king has to stay guarding the knight, obviously.
But where do you go? Do you go up or do you go down?
Depends on the perspective. Okay, king goes, is that down or up?
That's a great question. I guess it's down.
So queen a8 looks very attractive here, but then there's knight b8.
Mm.
And it's an interesting concept in chess, and this is kind of a recurring pattern. A knight is very good at sheltering a king from queen checks.
Yeah.
Like when the knight is adjacent to the king, then it can cover some of the key checking squares.
But also, white is trying to take on b4 at some point. Is now that time?
Yeah, white takes on b4. I imagine black would really try and keep the files closed, play a move like c4. But then, yeah, then c4 could fall eventually, like queen a6 check.
Okay, so
Takes
they
on
take
b4.
now. And now black can take on e7.
Yeah, it just feels like the black king is gonna be regretting its life decisions.
Yeah, these players and these teams are they're close in rating. Yeah, I think B takes C5 now, right?
Yeah, bc5,
And you're threatening
and then
C6.
can black can't take with knight because rook b8 mates, but is there queen
Take
takes e5?
take with queen, isn't there still rook b8?
Oh, good point. Yeah, the queen can't, or the pawn can't be taken, actually. That's a very good point.
So what do you do as black?
You cry.
Oh no. C6 is coming, right? Okay, queen d5 preventing
Okay,
c6.
centralizing the queen.
It
That's
also
something.
so now can we go? Oh, it also prevents a queen e8. Okay,
Yeah, queen d5 is actually a very useful move.
very good move. Uh, I'm wondering is like, gosh, I want to play rook b5, but I don't even know if it threatens anything. I just want to play c6.
Yeah, rook b5 allows checks, like on d1, and then king
Threatens
g2, queen
checkmate.
d5.
Yeah, we can't allow rook e1. So okay, queen check, king steps up. Uh, now what?
Yeah, it's kind of a frustrating position because you'd imagine white has some way of making progress here. At some point, maybe you just play rook c1 and then go for like c6.
We have a result. Victor beating Andy. So board 1 for Toronto.
Some back rank.
Nice. All right. Also the other two boards. I see Debater versus Cordet. Very low on time for both of them. Trading a pair of rooks.
Yeah, time scramble. It's the time of the round where there's time scrambles. There's a draw offer in the Chickster game.
Yeah, so Mark offering Nick
But
a
white
draw.
turning it down.
Yeah, this queen d5 move was really good for black.
Yeah, really stabilizing. And it's a 3 result game. Like black could still win this potentially with extra
Oh,
piece
now is the rook
and with a
c1,
time.
but now
Rook
rook
c1.
beats
There's rook
c7.
c7.
Huh. No
Oh,
time. Huge flag from Nick. So
ouch.
Toronto starts off 2-0.
Yeah, I had the chance of taking the draw there too.
Flagged
The
on.
increment can be very deceiving sometimes.
So, okay, we have rook and pawn in games left for both sides. Looks like.
Yeah, the closer one looks to be the battle between Debater and Cordet.
So Elon should win this one pretty easily. That's another point for Toronto. But Karkar trying to make it a draw, gonna be really difficult to hold on there. Debater and Cordet. This is definitely looking like a draw. It's 2 pawns versus 2 pawns. White has the outside pawn, but black has the active rook.
Yeah, if anyone's playing for a win, it's probably white. Because you can, as white, you get the pawn to b6 and then you start walking the king in.
And black also has very low time.
White has to be careful though not to overpush. Okay, now it should be a pretty straightforward draw. One thing, when the pawn goes to b7, there's no shelter for the king anymore. So even if the king runs to c6, the rook can start checking from a distance. Oh no!
They're allowing rook f8. No.
f6 was played.
They needed to go king f7. No, was that even holding still?
Well, king f7, there was rook h8.
Rook h8. Oh, why?
Yeah,
Why did
f6
black
was
push? That's
was
losing.
not a move to play, unfortunately, for the black side.
I think Toronto's gonna sweep this round. Wow,
Sweep, yeah.
that's a full sweep, and Duke 0 points out of 4.
Quick start.
That's a big blunder to play f6 there. I don't even know why.
I wonder if he was aware of like the team situation and just felt pressure to play for a win, but just self-destructed.
No chance. I don't know.
Yeah, as
It's
black, there's nothing else to do but just to wait and yeah, keep checking.
So yeah, Toronto can't ask for a better start than that 4-0 sweep, and Duke is in a big hole to try to climb back out of this one. Oof.
Yeah, we'll see. Like in team chess, you never know what to expect, even when one team has a sizable lead. Crazier things have happened in the past.
Toronto might just pile on though. We'll see. I think yeah, so here there's their board 3 Elon Wang against Cordet. Cordet is the top board for Duke, and maybe the ratings are a bit off, but yeah, Toronto's definitely got the rating advantage.
Yeah, this is where like if you're playing for Duke, it's so important not to tilt. Just try and regroup and refocus. Like there's still 3 more rounds to go. Got to take it one game at a time, one move at a time, and not be result oriented. Just focus on playing good moves.
Um, I'm seeing some of the other games are also starting. Um, yeah, they are the rating favorite with Car versus Debater, but yeah, Debater. I guess that was the one that should have been a draw. That Black pushed f6. So maybe Debater is gonna try to add on to their first point.
Take advantage of the gift. Maximize the returns.
And now I do see Mark's game has started, so we do have a fan in the chat that's cheering for Mark. So we'll keep an eye on Mark Kolodenko, who is higher rated than the boards 1 and 2 for Duke. So he might truly be their top board, but he's playing up against Victor. So both these players are 1900.
Yeah, I like the flair for both players. One has the chess bra flair, other with a Canadian flag.
Yes, and the chess bra flare is from Duke. So
Duke, yeah. You don't have to be from Canada to
well,
be a fan of the chess bras.
what's even funnier is Victor from Canada has a picture of the Statue of Liberty. So
Conflicting messaging there.
I'm a fan of Canada because I'm a big hockey fan.
Yeah, I like Canada too because I'm a maple syrup fan.
I also like poutine if we're talking about their food. Poutine's pretty
I
good.
never had poutine until visiting Montreal. And then
Wow.
I had poutine.
That's the place to have it.
And then I understood why like people talk about it. It was pretty good.
I've never been to Canada, but that's on my list. But yeah, I'm a big St. Louis Blues fan. I'm from St. Louis. I know you're in St. Louis, and
Yeah, we saw each other in St. Louis like a month ago about.
yeah, we visited at the St. Louis Chess Club. Uh, I gotta get you a Rosen jersey. There's a player on the Blues team whose last name is Rosen.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's like a souvenir like hockey shop somewhere in St. Louis. I can find a Rosen jersey.
Yeah, we gotta get you one of those
Yeah.
because then it'll just be perfect. I don't know, and then like you could sign it and you could say it's a Rosen signed jersey.
Start a start reselling them as increase the value a little bit.
Oh man, we found a
New merch
loophole.
idea.
Um, yeah, I actually when I went and visited, I have a Robert Thomas jersey that I got signed. So didn't get the Rosen signed jersey though.
Next time.
Um,
Next time you'll get both Rosens to sign your jersey.
yeah, actually, I'm pretty sure. I don't know if you guys can see. I have the chessboard behind me. I have that signed by you. So
Oh, yeah, that did I sign that at like Pro Chess League finals or in
yes,
Vegas?
That was in Pro
Pro
Chess
Chess
League
League.
finals when we first met in
First
2019.
encounter.
Yes. Good times.
Yeah,
Um,
that was ages ago.
yeah. And the Collegiate Chess League didn't even exist at that point. That was just a thought in my head. I was heavily inspired by Pro Chess League finals. So hopefully one day the Collegiate Chess League can have in-person finals as well. And who
That'd be
knows, maybe
awesome.
maybe you and I will be reunited there as
As
commentators.
commentators, yeah. Let's do
Oh
it.
man.
2023, maybe 2024. Sometime in the future.
Mark it down, you guys. In-person finals for the Collegiate Chess League coming soon. But that would be crazy. I mean, we have international teams playing in some of these finals. Like last season, we had Warsaw. Right now, we're watching Toronto. Although to call that international, I mean,
That's another nation.
yeah,
Or
it's
another city that's part of another nation.
um, but yeah, I mean, we're trying our best to grow college chess as much as possible, and getting these matches streamed and getting in commentators to boost the all as much attention as possible to these events is really helpful. And like you said, we would love to get sponsors at some point. So hopefully maybe by next season we can start doing things like that. And obviously in-person finals would be a huge step forward, making a live event out of this. And yeah, we're still trying to get as many college teams and players to join, make it really as big as possible. So
So how many teams participated this year in the league?
yeah, so this is our fourth season that we've ever done, and we had about 220 teams register.
Wow.
Um,
That's actually a crazy number because usually it's like 40 or 50 teams that play Pan Ams.
yeah, so Pan Am's is just in the Americas. We're fully international. Any college team is welcome to join. And also Pan Am's, I believe, is just one section as well, whereas we provide
Right.
multiple divisions. So right now we have 14 divisions, each of them having 16 teams.
Wow.
Yeah, so and plus it's also completely free to play in the Collegiate Chess League. Absolutely zero registration fees, as well as putting up prize fund of $25,000 total on the season. So really, we're just trying to lower as many barriers to entry as possible, and it's all played online, so you don't have to travel or pay for any of that. No hotel fees, no like paying for plane tickets or anything like that. Um, but yeah, we're
Yeah, that's
still
super
going.
convenient.
And so hopefully next season is going to be even bigger and better. Oh, I see a
And
result.
we have a result. Yeah, some
A
back
back
rank
rank
mates,
mate.
puzzle rush inspired tactic. Oh no, white's queen.
Queen takes, and the
Nice
queen just
finish.
completely forgets. Yeah, queen takes rook. It's defended by both knight and bishop, but it hangs e8.
Yeah, the
So,
problem is rookie 8.
yeah.
An easy thing to overlook.
So okay, Duke is on the board.
1 point.
The start of a
Good job to
comeback.
Kevin.
All right, Car versus Debater. That looks completely drawn, but as we've seen, Debater's gotten lucky in some questionable pawn pushes from their opponent. So who knows? Maybe we'll see another blunder.
I, I I think white has some chances in this endgame because it's not obstacle bishops.
Okay, yeah,
And white has a preferable bishop because black's pawn is fixed on a light square d5. It
yes.
should still be a draw. But white's going to try like h4, g5, get the king in. It shouldn't be too difficult for black to hold, but you never know.
It is a good point. Yes, so
White might even try, there's a funny plan of bishop g6, and then walk the king to g3, h4, h5, h6.
that's a good point. So white's got chances, and white's also up
Yeah,
on
I
time.
think it's actually far from simple now if white finds bishop g6. Then black's king has to come back, and yeah, white can start grinding.
So g6, and the point is this controls h5 and allows the king to get there. But
Yeah,
they didn't go
preventing
for
bishop
that.
f7.
So they go h4, and the plan is to go g5 now, which might simplify things in black's favor.
Right.
But okay, the king
The,
comes
the thing,
back.
if white plays g5 and all the kingside pawns get traded, black can plant the king on d6 and then just wait. And white
Yes.
doesn't really have a breakthrough. So if you're to play this for a win, I think the best try is to play bishop f5. And then somehow get the king into f5.
So now
But
bishop g6. Yeah, I would have loved to have seen your plan with king g3 to king h4.
yeah, I
Unfortunately,
think black would have had to run the king to g7 in that line.
so again, we might see your bishop f5 idea. Let's check on Victor real quick back with Mark.
Yeah, Victor looks like he has a dominating position. Look at this knight on d6.
Yeah, it's a beautiful knight. How did it even get there?
It kind of looks like
Ah,
Bug House. But it's a similar structure we saw in some previous games, even from the prior match. I mean, you have a pawn on e5, and the knight comes through via e4. Nice positional play.
trading. Now c takes. You don't want to open up the long diagonal because your bishop on b2 is hanging. So now they're fighting over the c file. So Karkar and Debater did end up in a draw.
Okay, this is expected.
But that's still a good point for Debater, George
I
from
think
Toronto.
if you go back to the Victor game, Victor just unleashed a really nice tactic. Sacking a bishop, but going in for pretty nasty mate.
Ooh.
I would try
Wow.
queen c1 here. Queen b1. Queen c1 was the trickiest because you're hoping for rook c1 and then bishop h6.
Yeah. So looks like Mark's gonna go down, up a bishop. So nice tactic, like you said, from Victor, the top board from Toronto. So they're gonna continue their dominance. 2 for 2. And now we have one final game in this round. We have Andrew versus Nick.
And white has how many extra pawns? 3 extra pawns?
3 extra pawns.
Yeah, 7 on 4.
And looks like they're gonna hold on to
But
these
time
pawns.
situations can still be tricky.
White wants to go g6.
G6, queen h7 mate. I think you can
looks-
probably do it right now.
Looks like it's gonna happen. So now queen f5.
Now the queen has to move.
Queen f5, queen h7,
Queen f5 or
king f8,
queen a8?
queen h7, king f8, queen h8, king e7, queen takes
This is actually a
g7
tricky
check.
line though, because black is threatening rook g4 in the very end.
Yeah.
Oh, there's queen f7 though. Like white can kind
Ah.
of just force simplification.
Well, they don't go for it. The king's making its way to the a file.
Yeah, queen f7. I think you have to play g7.
Oh, wait.
Well, now I mean this is also playable,
Check.
but this looks super risky.
Apparently, you could have taken on f2.
I mean, there's rook
takes
f2 here as well.
Man. Wait, is
Queen
there?
f4. Okay.
Rook f2, isn't there rook g4? Oh, but then we take on f1.
Black won on time.
Wow, black with a dirty flag.
Also, rook
Huge point
f2,
for
there's
Andy.
rook a1 check. So
Oh
there is a lot of
goodness.
messy things to consider.
That's super complicated. So Duke actually wins that round, and after being down by 4, they're now only down by
Small
3.
comeback.
Still a sizable advantage for Toronto, but at least Duke got 2.5 out of 4 there. So
Yeah, that was
Duke,
a clutch game from Andrew because, I mean, being down 3 pawns and the king walked all the way over, it seemed like white should have been winning or at least drawing, but yeah, it's a case of pressure.
yeah, made it complicated enough to get the win on time. So yeah, and if he lost that, Toronto would still be up by, is that 4 points? Maybe even 5 points? Yeah, I think they'd be up by 5. So
Yeah,
huge
so it's
point.
still closer. Five
Yeah.
and a half, 2.5.
We have Karkar versus Victor. So this is Jack from Duke. They're board 2. He only had a draw out of the first 2 games. And now he's playing against Victor, who's 2 for 2.
They have some like really weird type of Benoni position. I guess every Benoni is kind of weird looking, but this especially with both players having advanced their F pawns. White's trying to target this pawn on F5, which can probably be defended, like knight df6.
Knight
But
D
not the
to
type of actually knight
F6.
df6 still loses a pawn.
Yeah, that blocks the rook. So bishop check, king h1, right? Maybe bishop e3.
There's also maybe knight g7 coming for black.
Okay, so blocking with the bishop here.
Yeah, some weird tension. I like white's setup compared to black's. Black's pieces have some improving to do.
Yeah, and white's king is a bit safer.
That's right. Yeah, much safer. Like, and well, white has some nice attacking potential too. Some eventual rook lift, like rook f3, eventually rook g3, knight h5 ideas.
It's crazy how quickly they got to this position.
Yeah, it seemed like both players blitzed out some opening prep.
Do you like the Benoni at all?
Not really. I usually like go out of my way to avoid it if possible. Like I'm capable of playing it, and sometimes I'll encounter like reverse Benoni against English players who play knight f3 c4, and I'll eventually play d5 d4. But it's a structure that takes a lot of experience to like fully understand and play well, and it's something that I definitely don't consider myself an expert in.
So I used to play the Benoni because I saw a YouTube video one time.
Ooh.
And if they take on c5 and they try to hold on to it with like b4 and black plays like a5 and they play like c3 or something, there's like this
There's some traps if
queen
white's
f6
overly greedy.
and like the rook is hanging. So I used to play the Benoni all the time.
Mm,
And then no one would take on c5. So
interesting.
I was like, I can't keep playing this. This opening's terrible. So I've stopped playing the Benoni.
So you're referring to like move c5 on move 1 against d4.
Pretty much, yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I think that's called like the old Benoni or Benoni Gambit. This game featured like more delayed Benoni, kind of started as King's Indian, and then much later was c5 played.
So black has taken on d5, but now that knight's penned. So
Yeah, now it's a fight like
bishop
white
e6,
has bishop c4,
bishop c4, very
knight
natural.
ef6, and then rook d1.
Wow.
And I don't see how black's saving material here.
Knight e to c7, and now rook d1 is
c7, yeah.
like you said. If they find it, that's going to win a piece.
Unless there's some weird line, like rook ad1, there's knight e3. Imagine bishop takes e6, king h8. I think the same thing could happen in this line. White should still be much better.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't
But I think
see...
knight takes e3 is the best try here.
So knight e3, bishop takes e6, and you want king h8.
Yeah, the problem is queen takes e3. I was thinking rook e8,
Queen e3, yeah, rook e8,
but
but
then there's
then
queen c3
yeah,
check
queen c3 gets the
at the
check.
very least.
That's actually a very devastating check. Is that not
Actually,
checkmate?
it's just force mate. No.
It's just like mate.
Yeah, queen f6 and
There's this
then
funny line where
take with
black
mate.
blunders mate. Um, all right, so that's looking really good for Karkar, which is huge against Victor, who's 2 for 2. I want to look again at Mark's position against Debater. So Mark is the rating favorite here. He's the only player that hasn't gotten any points yet. So if Duke's gonna complete the comeback, they're gonna need Mark to produce here.
And it seems like pretty stable position for both sides. Mark has a small edge on time. Debater has yet to castle.
Yeah,
Wait.
I like this for Mark because, like you said, White's still in the center of the board. Black's developing. Is there a threat of taking on a2, or is this like a Bobby Fischer trap?
Well, with the rook on b1, you can't respond to bishop a2 with b3. So I think bishop a2 is a real threat. And Debater is probably deciding
He's
between a3 or b3. I think if a3, there was still bishop a2, and black would win the b2 pawn.
Ah, so
So
now
b3 fully restricts the bishop, but now, yeah, white's king is a bit stuck in the center, and black has initiative against the queen.
queen c3.
This looks really unpleasant for white, because it's going to be hard for white to castle if black can play actively. There's a move here, knight d4.
Oh, knight d4.
Preventing castling because knight e2 check.
Knight e2 is a huge family fork. So yeah, castles, and then the knight goes to e2, fork town. Is black gonna find it?
And knight d4 not only prevents castling, but it prepares the idea of queen b5 and queen e2 mate.
Oh my goodness. Oh, and they find
Knight
it.
d4, yeah, it's a very natural move.
So queen b. You said queen b5.
Queen b5 is just one idea. I mean, there's also an idea of bishop f5, hitting c2 and pinning the knight. So this looks. I mean, it looked kind of dry a few moves ago, but this looks like it's very much going in black's favor.
Mark's busting out the moves against the Vader. We would love to see, Duke keep it close after a 4-0 sweep. I don't know if we've ever seen a full comeback from 4-0, but that would be
this
huge.
is a good start to trying to make it happen.
Yeah. So yeah, we were watching Victor's game. White seems to be crushing.
Up a piece, full attack. Black is about to just be in the mating net.
It's 2 pieces for a rook.
Oh, do you see Karkar's game? Knight takes f5.
Oh, knight f5.
Oh no, my queen, and then knight h6 checkmate.
That would have
I'm
been
kind
so
of
beautiful.
disappointed.
They didn't do it, but they're still winning.
Knight f5 would have been so nice.
Oh,
I mean, yeah, white's still completely winning though.
knight f5, hang the queen, and get the knight and bishop checkmate. Oof, that's a forced mate in 6 apparently.
Oh, was that the engine? I assume, yeah, engine probably supports it.
Oh, for sure. But okay, can we go queen h6 now?
Yeah, I mean, there's so many ways to finish this off.
Queen h6, queen h7, queen to g5 check. The king has to move to f7. Gosh, I don't know. And to think,
and white is up a knight in every single line.
So yeah, I mean, Duke looking good on this one. They do play queen h6. Are they gonna close it out? Looks like Mark, he let his opponent castle. What happened?
Yeah, somehow white escaped. Queen b2. Yeah, c6 was played, which I think was just a little bit too slow.
So apparently the move
Um,
needed just a couple bishop moves. Wow, bishop h3 is an idea.
oh
That's wild.
wow.
That's wild. Apparently white can
Yeah,
just
I mean
castle here.
queen b5 probably would have been one of my choices, but
Queen b5, c4, queen b4 check was one line.
yeah,
But
because queen d2, there's not a 3 in that line.
Mark is still up a ton of time though, which is still good.
It's
But
still a pleasant position. Like white's queen is a bit misplaced on b2, and as black, you would really like to get the rook into d2 eventually, but it's actually hard to make that happen right away just because of the back rank.
yeah, I want to see Karkar finish off Victor. He's low on time.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's going to happen very
okay. He's
soon.
winning the queens.
Actually, black is losing a queen here and
Yeah,
getting mated.
so that's good. All right, resignation. So
Okay,
big point for Duke.
so
Um,
3.5, 5.5, 3 games going this round.
let's see. Is Duke winning anywhere else? Looks like Elon's gonna take down Andrew. But still low on time for
Nice
both
position
sides.
for white.
Yeah, Andrew, fourth board. He did get that dirty flag though, I believe against Nick.
Ah, that previous game, yeah, being down 3 pawns.
Yeah. Andy's thinking here. Okay, he's hanging his queen, so that's not good.
Oh no.
This is just me. Yeah, so
Let's
that's
check out Kevin's game.
yeah, so you have Kevin versus Nick. Rook and a bunch of pawns versus rook and a bunch of pawns.
But black with a super active king. This should be winning pretty easily for black. The pawn is quicker. There was no reason to take on g2, but I guess he was a little bit hungry there. Now b5 is going
Maybe
to
king
fall.
f2 is maybe a little better, but maybe it doesn't matter. Because king e1, there's just rook takes b5. So now, yeah,
Got
so
the 3 passers.
oof, so Duke was looking good on those first two games, but looks like Toronto's going to answer back in the other two games. So they're going to split this one 2-2 if all goes
Well, we should look at
accordingly.
Mark's game because Mark is up a pawn, and this is
Okay, so Mark is still
it's
up.
still kind of a toss-up with
Both
the time
players,
situation.
yeah, in crazy time pressure. Um, what's going on here? Rook takes. I like. Now bring
So
the
it's a
kings in.
very typical endgame situation. Black has one extra pawn on the queen side, but is it enough to actually win the game?
Fantastic question. All right, so the king's
I
coming.
like this plan of bringing the king in.
Now
Now
push the
b5.
pawn. Passer. Yes. Now maybe rook d6. Yep. Cut the king off.
Got the king.
Good
That's some
technique
beautiful
from
endgame
Mark.
technique here.
So Nick did win. This is a big point for Mark. Rook check. He could take on h4, no? And he does.
Yeah, go up another pawn, bring the rook back.
Ooh.
Start pushing the b pawn.
Check. Bring the king in. Yeah, up 2 pawns. You should be able to win this one. Continue pushing. Is he threatening rook c2? Is that a well, now he is.
Yes. Yeah, if black can trade rooks, it's winning. But even if not, just don't play b2. I think b2 would be losing there actually.
Really? After
Or no,
rook,
no, king
rook a3?
b4. No, it'd still be okay actually.
Yeah, because he's starting.
Yeah.
Well. Yeah. Okay.
There is some line like b2, rook a3, king b4.
So
But
Mark gets a win. That's his first win. I accidentally put him at 4 points. Okay, so Duke.
Okay.
Did I miss a point somewhere? I think I did. Did I give Karkar his point?
I'm checking. So Victor beat Kevin. Or wait, no, Victor's
No.
playing Kevin right now. Oh, the games are updating.
Kevin lost to Nick. Yeah, I'm missing one game.
And debater against Mark. But it was tied. So we're missing a point on the Toronto team, right? Did you get Elon?
Probably not.
Because Elon won, right?
Okay, so Elon should
That
get
was the
2.
Queen Blunder game.
So Toronto's up 7.5 to 4.5.
Sounds about right.
Hmm.
And this is a final round.
Yes. So Toronto
So we
needs
need
only
a
1.
huge score from Duke to tie the match. A
Yeah.
sweep to win the match.
A sweep to win and 3.5 to a half. Pretty much offset the 4-0 sweep from the first round. So okay, this makes sense. Yeah, so Duke, they've only gotten 1 point back since the first round. They just split that second round, or the third round, excuse me. So yeah, Toronto, they only need 1 point or 2 draws, however you want to draw it up. We have Mark versus Elon, Victor versus Kevin.
See, Elon is not online.
No, Andrew or Elon. Oh no, they're yeah, I see it now. Never mind.
But a couple games underway.
Yeah, maybe we keep an eye on Victor versus Kevin right now.
Sure. Yeah, this is some sort of Dutch type thing. E6, F5.
Yeah, we'd love to
But
play.
it's a quieter type of Dutch.
Our D pawn is unfortunately pinned, so maybe we move the queen.
Yeah, there's cases where white would like to eventually play pawn d5. There's also cases where white would like to play a3, b4. And maybe in that case, white can just leave the queen on c3. Plays e3, which very solid move, reinforcing d4.
E5 now.
E5, okay, building tension.
Opening things up.
Yeah, generally, I like slightly prefer the structure for white. Because after a potential trade on e5, okay, white closing
Ooh.
things down. I was going to say later there's like c5 ideas, but maybe there's still ideas for white to eventually break with pawn c5.
With now black can play e4, the knight has to go to d4 to block the bishop and save the knight. But then after knight takes, pawn takes, that's kind of an awkward structure then for white.
It gets
What
a bit weird, right? It seemed like a nice option though for black.
Yeah, they didn't go for it. So they retreat the knight. One of the more passive options. And this pawn on d5 now is blocking that knight. But
I would
maybe
have been inclined to play c5 immediately there instead of queen c2. I'm not sure if it was working, but looked like an interesting option.
So
Wait, there was a Bong Cloud? Nick against Karkar. E4, King E2.
my goodness.
Did you see this? Is this the
Toronto.
first Bong Cloud in the Collegiate Chess League?
You know, I would love to say it was, but there's this guy that you might know.
Wonder.
Yeah, named A Wonder Liang.
Did Wonder really Bong Cloud too?
A Wonder
Oh,
A Wonder played an entire match of Bong Clouds against, I believe it was Georgia Tech
really?
last season.
Wait, how'd he do?
He probably like won. I think maybe there was like 1 or 2 games that he didn't actually Bong Cloud. They had one player on like board 3 or 4 that literally Bong Clouded every single game, and like I think they only got like a draw or something.
Oh man. College kids these days.
College chess, man. So that's what Nick is going for here. He's got so much faith and confidence in his teammates, or maybe even in himself. I mean, he's already got his king essentially castled.
Passing by hand, yeah. Took a
So
few extra tempi.
black not really able to take full advantage of the this complex Bong Cloud opening theory that we're seeing here from the Toronto team.
Yeah, there's usually a couple ways to meet the Bong Cloud. maybe one of the most common is to Bong Cloud in response, just so both sides embarrass themselves. The other way is to try and punish it to the maximum. But Black did neither. Black just kind of continued their main dragon setup. Or not dragon, Scheveningen? Sicilian? So, an interesting approach to Bong Cloud, maybe some developing theory here.
Would love to see Car take advantage. But the position looks like
Yeah, yeah. Like if you want to punish the Bong Cloud, then D5 should have been played on move 2. Black's still probably slightly for choice here, I'd imagine.
bishop G2. Now the queen can step out with check. Oh,
Wait, what?
not taking queen
That's
C6.
so funny.
Queen
But
C6.
I don't think White
Queen B6.
realized Black can just defend the bishop with the queen.
This is worse than Bong clouding.
This is just not taking a free bishop.
Oh no. What's the point?
I think he thought he could take it the next move.
But like why not take it right away?
Yeah,
Oh,
that's a
no.
very good question.
So now bishop H3, right?
Bishop H3 threatening mate.
Yes.
F3
I wonder,
and Black is up a piece.
Do you think bishop H1 was better?
Bishop
Or
H1
no,
there, F3
there's
traps the
F3.
bishop.
Yeah, F3.
Yeah.
Okay. So F3 played anyways. But yeah, Car. I mean, this is what happens when you play the Bong cloud. Your king goes to unorthodox squares.
It's karma.
Okay, so he better win this. It's not winning yet. I mean, it's winning, but he still has
I mean,
to
just gotta be
convert.
patient. Like, don't
Like,
go insane. Bishop
if-
F5.
could White try to trap the bishop with like G4 there instead of knight E4?
Yeah, G4 would have been a more interesting attempt. I mean, Black is still doing fine because it's actually hard to attack the bishop. It might even allow bishop H4 in that line or H5.
So trading bishops, maybe rook FC8, holding on to the
C8 good
pawn.
move. I think we should look at another game.
Yeah.
That consumed too much of our attention.
The Bong cloud is just so interesting.
Yeah, for a brief moment.
It's a couple interesting ones. I'm looking at Kevin versus Victor top boards.
Yeah, was this a Dutch? This was a Dutch game. Things kind of just
Dutch.
blew up. White got the C5 break in. Black making some progress on the king side. E4 is now an idea for Black. I'm not sure how good it is though.
Do you think? I guess Black cannot take on F4 because that pawn is pinned.
Yeah, EF4, queen takes E8. And then rook E8 is mate.
Yeah. So that's interesting. And maybe right now White is threatening to take on E5. Well,
yeah, White has 5 things staring at E5.
That's a lot.
Black has 4 things. But the thing for White is the queen is leading the battery. Now the knight's pinned.
Yes.
And Black has yet another defender on E5, the queen on H5. I like this move, bishop G4.
Maybe we can sack a pawn with H3. Taking? But now knight takes. This actually looks dangerous.
Yeah, knight takes, and then there's 3 attackers against a pinned knight. And if bishop takes E5, there's bishop takes
Bishop
E5.
takes opens up the rook on the F file. Oh, man.
And how does White defend the knight?
Victor might be stepping in the wrong direction here, giving Kevin a big chance to win material. They just have to take with the bishop.
Yeah. I mean, bishop takes should be the obvious choice. He's taking time on rook takes because it was also a forcing move, but bishop takes just looks so much simpler.
So he finds it, and now, like you said, Black has 3 attackers, and White only has 2 defenders. That's a deadly pin. And the bishop
assuming Kevin wins, this is a big point for Duke.
Yeah, let's look at Andy versus Debater. Um, ooh, Bishop D8.
Wow.
We were
Full
saying
invasion?
Bishop D8 in a previous game. I think one of them was.
Yeah, that was a crazy girl
Oh,
from
crazy.
ages ago against Dex.
So you have Bishop pair,
Forgot about that game.
Kings on the run. I mean, White's clearly favored, but White's also low on time. Ooh, Mark has no time against Elon. Oh, and Elon looks crushing.
Yeah, all. I mean, if Elon wins, then Toronto wins.
That's the
Because it's
game.
very possible Duke could win the other 3 games.
That'd be funny. Yeah, knight takes on b4, kind of interesting. Bishop takes f1. Now the rook's under attack.
And this looks like a mess.
But like black can save their bishop and give up the rook for 2 pieces. Or you just move the rook to attack the
I mean,
knight.
rook c8 looks kind of natural.
Yeah.
I mean, knight a7, rook a8. Bishop d3. Okay, counterattacking. But white can take on e6 in the end.
Hmm.
And then both bishops are hanging.
Maybe like king f7. Or no, there's a knight check. Huh.
And you'd imagine it's still good for black, but it's tricky. And black wants to play bishop d4, but then knight takes d4, and the bishop on b1 is still hanging.
Oh, maybe you save the bishop. Yeah, and after knight
Knight's
takes,
getting
the knight's
kind of
trapped.
trapped.
Yep.
And black is
Oh no, blundering a piece.
winning everything.
Knight takes e5 was free, so Mark had no time.
I mean,
Blundered.
to be fair, I think it was already
He's
completely
losing.
lost. It was b2, b1 any moment now.
So this is gonna be Victor has no time. He just flagged. So Kevin gets a point, but perhaps too little, too late. Mark could maybe win with a disconnect, or hope
Gotta
for
pray
some
real hard.
some stalemate could force overtime. He's only got 1 second. Oh,
I mean, you gotta play on, like, as Mark, you just play on and pray, but
let's see. So Andy's actually down material. Both sides super low on the clock.
oh yeah, this is actually a crazy position for time scramble.
There goes the pawn. Now there's a pass to a pawn. The a pawn's gonna get rolling. This bishop on g8 is dead.
Yeah, that's such a sad bishop. It just can't move. But on the bright side for black, the knights are kind of happy.
Now the king's coming in.
But white has such a simple plan. King h6, king g7.
He's gonna trap the bishop with his king. Oh my goodness.
King power. And black is just completely restricted.
No time. Come on. Look at that.
Nice plan.
That king just walked all the way up in broad daylight.
We might see a 2-bishop checkmate, actually.
Oh, that would be insane.
Because, yeah, black can sack the knight for the remaining pawn.
Oh, he's taking his bishop.
Oh, knights move in L shapes.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, this should be a draw now. But you never know, because...
He's taking his other bishop! This knight just grabbed both bishops.
Mode.
Debater was down to their last second, and now they're going to win this game. Oh my goodness. Andy.
That knight was... I've never seen such a powerful knight. This is the same game where white employed the genius king walk.
The king went all the way down the board to take the bishop and then hung both bishops by the same knight. So that actually is going to clinch for
the most important chess tactic is spotting a piece taking another piece for free. And it's trickiest when it comes to knights.
Yeah, the bishop was hanging. The time pressure was too much for Andy. So that's going to officially clinch the match for Toronto. They're going to win third place in Division 4, earning themselves $300. So congrats to them winning the season against
Yeah, congrats,
Duke.
Toronto.
Okay, this is an interesting game with Karkar and Nick.
And this is a Bong
Whoa.
Cloud game, remember.
Oh, okay.
It's taken Black some work to beat the Bong Cloud. And
I'm
there were
surprised.
some misforced mates, but Black's playing it safe. Don't play Queen E3.
Yeah, we've seen some Botez Gambits in these kind of end games. They're rough. Elon also beat Mark. So, yeah, last game of the day right here. And looks like Karkar should be able to close this one out against the Bong Clouding Nick.
Gradually pushing the pawn.
Is there a stalemate chance?
And Queen B7 was a nifty try.
Oh,
But no
missing mate
stalemate
in one.
chances with the pawn in H2.
Rough. GG.
GG.
So Karkar getting the last point of the match, but overall, Toronto with the win, 9.5 to 6.5. That is it for the season for those two teams. So again, congrats to Toronto getting third place in Division 4, winning $300. Duke C will walk away with $200. That's it for now. We will be back tomorrow. I'm Joe, once again joined by International Master Eric Rosen. Eric, it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much, and I'm really looking forward to tomorrow.
Yeah, it's been super fun. I'm looking forward too.
Yeah. So tomorrow we're starting at 9 a.m. Pacific. That's noon Eastern, starting off with the Division 3 finals between Northeastern and Indian Institute of Technology. That's going to be followed by Division 4 finals, which is Eric Rosen's alma mater, University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign's B team versus an international team, Université de Franche-Comté. Then we're going to have a Division 13 finals. So that's going to be one of our lower divisions, D13. We only have 14. So that's Baylor C team versus Boston University's D team. And we're ending at noon Pacific. There's a match in Division 7 finals between two California schools, Santa Clara University and UC Santa Barbara's B team. So lots of matches tomorrow, and looking forward to it, Eric.
All right, yeah, it should be fun. I'll try not to be too biased when watching the University of Illinois team play. But
we
no
want
promises.
the bias. We want the bias. We want to see as much bias.
Okay, that won't be difficult then.
All right, so yeah, you guys stick around. We're gonna send you off on a raid, and hopefully we'll see you back again tomorrow. It's the last day of the season, so congrats to all the teams that won today, and good luck to all the teams playing tomorrow. Take care, guys.